this program yesterday. Please be with us when we take decisions today in terms of elections and our deliberations. In the name of the Lord, amen.
Oh, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Speaker, Councillor Ditsako. Let me take this opportunity to welcome you this morning on our last day of our conference. Honorable delegates and everyone who are here. We are finalizing the program of yesterday, because yesterday when we knocked off, we were at commissions. Now it's time for the commissions to come and report so that we proceed with the business of the day. So the commission one is here. I think they will make the report, and then after the report, we'll try to engage on their report. Not questions, but clarity seeking questions. 1 minute, 1 minute. Thank you. Commission one.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, delegates, leaders from various institutions, all protocol observed. I'm going to be very quick in presenting the report of the Commission. Commission 1 was dealing with changing the face of integrated planning through IGR and the district development model. We had a very rigorous and quite intense discussion at the Commission because, one, we acknowledge that this is a new leadership in various municipalities that may not have a full comprehension of what DDM is about and what it stands for. And based on those discussions, we agreed then, because there were various areas that were presented at the Commission, we agreed that we must capture this preamble statement that captures the mood of the Commission. We noted the imperatives of the DDM. We also, however, there are set uncertainties about the implementability of the model. And that was sparked and informed by previous experiences of intersphere planning models that never yielded any positive results up to where we are. Whether the preamble is correct or not, we thought it would be important for us to bring it here as a way of saying to SALGA and all of us, what more needs to be done? Okay, what more needs to be done to improve so that in the future, this kind of statement does not arise? Understanding the DDM, integration, cooperation, and collaboration across all three spheres of government, integrated planning, implementation, and monitoring is one of the key issues that we think and we believe are part of the pillars of the DDM. The DDM seeks to improve access to basic services by communities. The DDM espouses for a prudent resource utilization. The DDM legitimizes the role of the district municipality. The DDM does not take away powers and functions of any local municipality. Instead, it enhances the role of local municipalities and the district municipalities within the intergovernmental relations principles. These may not be enough, but in essence, this is what we understand as a Commission as to what the DDM stands for. Yabona into zabelungu. Okay, let me try again. Okay. Now, the part of the challenges that were noted by the Commission facing planning, delivery, and governance at the local sphere of municipalities. One, we've noted the capacity issues at district model level to coordinate support to local municipalities. I think we all could agree that in most municipalities in the Northwest, IGR forums have long been forgotten. Where they are sitting, it's matters of compliance. We're not dealing with the substantive issues that affect and impact us. DDM is not linked, is not legislated like IDP. The DDM is a vision, it's a model, it's a system that is being touted. Now, it is reliant on mutual cooperation and respect. Now, if a municipality does not want to come to an IGR forum, for instance, or give its report to the district municipality, there is no punitive measure. There is no measure to force you to report or an account. Now, that's what we are talking about when we're talking legislation. Now, until there is something that forces and makes us to work together in line with what the Constitution requires of us, then it will be part of what we think would fail, but we shouldn't let it fail. Service delivery needs exceeds budget at local municipality. We have enormous needs, whether it's collapsed infrastructures, bulk infrastructure that is not working or coping with the population growth, issues of basic things that we are not doing. This is what we are talking about. Now, the budget is always limited, and Treasury will tell you that we can even see the growth of the allocation in the various municipalities. The growth is possibly less than 3% at material times and far less than the inflation rate and other requirements in terms of budget spending. Unqualified officials occupying strategic positions, I think we all agree, colleagues. You would see it when you request a strategic document in municipalities. Ra go batla di consultants. Yanung rare. Re patala yang di consultants when we have qualified officials. So we need to be able to do something and list it as a challenge facing us. Competition, half the time we compete. And that competition sometimes is not planned because it's simply how things have been done. The central government has a budget. Provincial governments have budgets. Local government has its own share of allocation. What happens is that IDPs are produced, but your province and your national will conclude their APPs without incorporating issues that are in the IDP. And then they come and implement programs and projects not taking along municipalities. And that in itself is breeding competition, unwitting. I don't think that it's planned, but it's something that happens because of how we're structured or how we are operating. Unfunded mandates, there are mandates that are given to municipalities that are not allocated or that are not budgeted for. But they are important functions. I could mention one of many, the implementation of the white paper on safety and security in the country. It's one of the mandates that is not there. And it's expected to be because the constituency and the mandate is at a local level. No alignment between APPs of national and provincial sector. We spoke about that. Silo approach to service delivery, planning and implementation. We've summarized that when we're doing a simple example on how we're not planning together. Currently, I can indicate your provincial planning cycle is concluded. It's about to conclude. New APPs for the 2022-23 financial year at national and provincial level are being finalized. Now, we as municipalities are just about to start a process of review of the IDP. We will conclude that process in March or April. We will then inform our new plan for the next financial year by June. At the time when we conclude it and incorporate the manifesto pronouncements, your APPs and your strategic plan at a national level, they are done. By then, they would be proceeding with implementation. So this alignment becomes important and critical. Let me try the next slide. Isn't the technology? Where's the laptop? Also, I must point to the laptop. Sunday. I'm going to tell you next slide, then you go to the next slide. Because this is your thing. I mean, you understand it better. Challenges. We're done with this slide. Can we get into the next slide now? Thank you very much. Now we have... Go back to the previous slide. Okay, yeah, we're done with this slide. Next slide. Thank you very much. DDM as a tool to enhance integrated planning and efficient service delivery. Integrate government structures and minimize duplication of efforts across the three spheres. Colleagues, there are too many meetings at a local level. And sometimes these meetings are not aligned. Everything starts from the bottom, it goes to the top. It means your national and your provincial governments must give us or provide us with your year plans in time. So that by the time we plan our meetings precede your meetings so that we are able to bring reports to you. At the same time, locals must plan ahead, give district dates so that we incorporate those dates in our planning. When we say there's going to be a command council, the locality must have had its own command council already so that they bring the reports to the district command council. That's the first thing. The second issue is that you have the IGR forums vis-a-vis the command council. There's two structures should not coexist. Rather, we need to find a way of discussing all of business together at the command council so that you don't schedule an IGR forum and then a command council. One of these structures must take a full responsibility of discussing all of business of government, and it must be able to process the work that is expected. That's the first thing. The second issue is the DDM must be implemented through the structures of the IGR. Now, we will have to agree as a province on aligning the work and the expectation from the command council structures and the IGR forums. IGRs are regulated through the framework. And there is expectation, the MMC in the district, work corporate services, o tshwantse a nne le team ya gagwe ya di MMCs tsa local. They discuss as MMCs and their directors at a political level. Then they are able to identify gaps. When they've identified gaps, they are able then to bring the report at the command council or at the IGR forum council. It doesn't matter. But those components and structures must exist. Your community services counterparts must meet at a technical level. They must meet, process the technical report, go there, identify gaps, help each other, agree on the type of support that is required, so that by the time we discuss, everybody and every institution, technical stakeholder must have participated. So that report will be an inclusive report that takes into consideration, and it would have taken into consideration participation at all levels and by everybody. Improve synergy regarding interspheres planning, implementation and oversight. We can't overemphasize on this one. Your whips forums, your speakers forums, everything that needs to happen, we must not take it by chance. Business of government must be discussed, synergized issues elevated, segregated, and be able to find solutions to these things. That includes the planning. Next slide, please. Actions for DDM institutionalization by municipalities in the new term of 5 years. IDPs should inform the implementation of DDM. There is nothing that DDM is bringing. DDM taps from your integrated development plan. When the plan is in place, and we all agree, and this plan must not be social infrastructure only. It must cater for economic development, social and economic infrastructure related issues, governance issues, health, whatever the case may be. All of those things must be pronounced in the IDP. And once the IDP is approved, we then collectively sit and isolate and elevate what we call your 10-point plans. What is it that is key, that collectively as a district we agree that it must be prioritized? And if we are able to do that, then we take this as an investment selling plan, because we can now take this that is extracted from the IDP, now calling it a DDM plan, and then a one plan of a district. Then we can march to anywhere, including the office of the presidency, and say, Tina, we need 7 billion because we've got the following key plans that we need implementation. That will improve, synergize, unleash the potential of a district. Next slide. Not next slide, yeah, we are here. Integration and cascading of performance management for all senior managers across sectors. I think our senior managers in government, at a local level, will tell you there is nothing that forces them to meet other than mere mutual cooperation and respect. There is nothing in their performance plan. If the district MM says to a local MM, I need a report, and that report doesn't come, there's no way that a municipality will then begin to say you failed to perform this function because it's in your performance plan. So we need to institutionalize through ensuring that performance plans of all the managers at senior level, it talks to what we seek to achieve. Improve governance, make sure that implementation happens, make sure that we are working together and are able to hold each other accountable on all aspects. Quarterly evidence-based DDM external stakeholder feedback meetings. I know that at Dr. Kenneth Kaunda, we've agreed to have economic roundtables with all our business stakeholders. Whether we do it quarterly or do it twice in a year, it's something that we must agree with. So we ought to have feedback sessions, whether to our communities through the Speaker's Office, whether to our stakeholders through the engagements that are properly indicated. Now, you can bring the laptop and not write it. Okay, thank you. I was about to go and pick up mine. Let's see. Okay, we are here. Terms of reference for DDM structures in terms of functionality, reporting, and tools of evaluation must be developed. When we evaluate, we need to be knowing how are we going to be evaluated so that we standardize the reporting across all the sectors, but we also are pushing for a consolidated, clear, impactful report that we seek to see. Recommendations from the Commission. One, We need to integrate government structures for DDM. All of the structures that are existing must point to a system of operation. DDM is a system of operation, and it gives much more prudence. You know, MEC, ke tshaba gore if you understand the vision of the DDM model, it displaces the role of a province. Mara ke tshaba gore yana, but that's where we are going. That's where we are going. Once we master through implementation and a concerted effort, the province could be a high impact expertise hub that all districts can tap from. But the resources must then go to where they are expected to go. That's the long-term vision of the DDM. So once we integrate, we know that we are going to do better. We need a DDM summit for new councillors and officials, because we realize that we're coming from different angles. We are talking DDM not from an informed position, but from a position of reading about it in the papers or hearing it in the corridors. Whether the summit is going to be district-based, whether we are going to do it at a provincial level, all councillors must sing, wake up in the morning, understand and internalize DDM as if it's a Bible, because that's what we need to be doing. So that summit, MEC, we are recommending that it must happen. MMs must share with new councillors the district profiles and one plans developed by the previous councils. The one plan is not a static document. It moves, it responds to conditions, but it also must adapt to the manifesto pronouncements of the governing party. Now, we need to get, and it is the responsibility of municipal managers to consciously put together a day and present the DDM, the plan, and what is it that the municipality are doing to ensure that we all are in the same vein. It can happen at silos, but to integrate, the district must have the summit itself. Skills audit and capacity building to address gaps, as well as proper placement of officials in accordance to skills, qualifications, and expertise. This exercise must be undertaken because the Minister of COGTA at national level has also issued new regulations. Now, whilst we are repositioning the offices, we need to also be able to reposition and repurpose the administration of a district or a municipality to respond to the DDM plans and the system. And the only way of doing that is to do that exercise. Who is in the institution? What capacity and skill do they have? Are they adequate to meet the new requirements of the post? And if not, do we have the resources to retrain them? We know that some of the officials are untrainable, but we'll have to find a way of saying, how do we place a high capacity municipality to be able to respond to the challenges of today? This is the last slide. If there are any matters that we left out, I think some of the members of the commission will add. Thank you very much.
Round of applause for Commission 1. Matsogo. Thank you. Is there any addition from Commission 1? The participants of Commission 1, any addition? Lishap. Okay, thank you. To the audience, any clarity-seeking question on the matter presented to you from Commission 1? None? Okay, I see a hand. You raise your hand. Yes. Is it you? Any other clarity-seeking questions, ne? Or comments? Thank you. Mike?
No, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Facilitator and Rapporteur. I think there's some understanding now. We seem to be attempting to sing from the same hymn book. But I hope we are drawing, with the DDM model, I hope we are drawing some of the lessons from the previous concept. We've had many concepts in this country which did not work. We now need a system. We have a system, but we need a system that is working for us. I think that's the one point that I want to come in. At some point, in terms of the relationship in the DDM model and planning, how I wish, because all the time, our challenges in terms of development and service delivery is always created for the local sphere. How I wish there was a law that would actually empower us as the local sphere to actually call MECs and ministers to say, come here. You have this project and this project in Greater Taung. How far are you? How I wish, because I think there's been a practice all of a sudden that actually the local sphere cannot do that. I think it's a practice because we are actually a legal and independent entity as the local spheres. But how I wish we could do that, that we are able to do that. But I think I fully agree. Maybe the other issue is the attitude. We may have a good system, we may have good planning, but if you don't have got a very good attitude to deliver, I think it's important that actually we look at that. It's important. That's what I'm saying. I keep on saying we've had many concepts. Let's make sure. You had your agri-parks. I'm sure it was important that as we deal with these matters, we make a reflection what went wrong with the agri-parks. Because once we cannot diagnose what went wrong with the agri-parks, we might have another soapy and another show about this process. But I'm not negative. I understand the process. It was presented by a very good person, who understands. I hope this program can have a generation of our leadership, Nikiwe. Our leadership, if they can have that kind of generation of our leadership and attitude, it will go far. It will go far if it could be driven by the generation of ourselves. I'm not trying to put me to become a better person, but I'm just saying that we need to change attitude in order to ensure that we have this thing. But I think the model is very clear. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Even if you did not say who you
Oh,
are.
my name is Mika Mweti, from Greater Taung Municipality.
Thank you,
Thank you
Ntate
very much.
Moeti,
Yes.
for the comment. Order. Thank you, Ntate Moeti, for the comment. Reago commission number 3, they were ready. Commission, any hand? Oh, Menigiwe, Majoro?
No, thank you very much, Chair. Section 154 of the Constitution. Ki 154, ne? Iba lesson, I buika support.
Di rapportiere ke kopa le tlang for page. Sorry, Menigiwe. Botle ba ba leng go reporter, come forward. Thank you, Menigiwe. You can continue.
Negiri, Section 154 and the DDM, there is nothing that precludes in terms of operation a municipality or a district to call an MEC to come and account. There's nothing that precludes. It's a discussion for another day, but that is there. We have not been doing it because but we must also accept the one point that we did not discuss at the commission. All of things MEC Lena Mecha, we must admit the capacity of our leaders at a local level. This plan is dependent on the willingness, the capacity, and the push by individual members of Troika and MMCs, not to be recipients of what you get from your staff, but to be propellers of institutionalizing a system and a plan to make government to work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mekinikiwe. Can we continue? MEC Lena Mika. Mic to MEC. Sanitize it.
No, thanks very much and good morning, colleagues. I think just a small addition to what Executive Mayor of the district responded to is that indeed, Councillor Mika, you are able to ensure that you call on the ministers and MECs to account through this DDM. And that's the reason why the champions of these districts, DDMs, are deputy ministers and ministers all across the province, is to ensure that whatever is done at national level, on whatever from whatever the department, they are able to account for and respond to at the level of the district DDM, and ensure that all whatever the national government is budgeting for, all whatever the province is budgeting for and local municipalities does reflect in the DDM, so that all of us, we move together in ensuring that provision of services to our people does happen. Thanks very much.
Thank you, MEC. Can we continue? Are we covered, leaders, councillors? Thank you very much. Commission 4. Commission 4. My honorable major. It should be had.
Good morning, Honorable MEC, PDO SALGA Northwest, mayors, speakers, whips and councillors present here, all protocol observed. And good morning once again. Let me start by congratulating the class of 2021 matrix for having made us proud as Northwest. We are number 4 in the country, and I think we're going up. Commission 4, colleagues, we dealt with the agile local government oversight and accountability system that means towards realization of developmental local government in the 5th term. Colleagues, the debates were very hot in our commission, and I hope where I would have left out, members of the commission would be able to fill in. Local government narrative in our province, agility in local government oversight and accountability, it's not an option but a must. We have lack of effective oversight and accountability, which undermines the municipalities in the Northwest and opens opportunity for political instability. Colleagues, the most challenging part of conducting effective government oversight is understanding various documents on different topics that fall under local government competencies. The most complex documents are those connected to fiscal and financial management, interpretation and implementation of legislation. It's not a given that you've got doctorate, therefore you'd understand. It's not a given that you are a lawyer, a counselor, and you'd understand. Very, very complicated. Next slide, please. Colleagues, we had envisaged outcomes in our commission which dealt with monitoring, consider formulation of council committees, that is our section 79 and 80, to enhance functionality and strengthen oversight and accountability, commit to ethics management. We had the Premier was very passionate when he spoke about ethics of us as leaders. Now, we also spoke about councillor remuneration. Colleagues, SALGA need to continue to lobby for the improved remuneration and benefits for councillors that matches responsibilities. Appointment of MPEC chairpersons as full-time councillors across the board. It can't be that full-time MPEC chairpersons are in municipalities where they are having 40 plus councillors. We say across the board, all 22 municipalities in this province should have full-time MPEC chairpersons. Capacity building, studying be made compulsory for all serving councillors. All councillors must be forced to capacitate themselves. Citizenry community interface. We need to restore public confidence. Municipalities to improve community interface on service delivery issues to avert protest. Municipal finance governance, municipal debt, address aged infrastructure challenges, payment of ESCOM and water boards. We need to begin to be vigilant when we deal with our finances in municipalities, all our debt. I was disappointed when I learned that we owe SALGA a huge amount of money, and we expect SALGA to assist that at the end of the day. And we need to begin to look into our debts as municipalities. Next slide, please. Thank you. Participation of traditional leaders was a hot potato debate in our commission. We said COCTA need to be lobbied to consider granting voting rights to traditional leaders for their constituency in municipal council. We had Khosimabe when he presented in the plenary. We realized the frustrations that the Khosi are faced with. Transitional management issues. We urge SALGA to also lobby municipalities to consider review council committees to strengthen oversight and accountability. Our council committees is sections 79 and 80. And to also establish resource and monitor performance of ward committees and consider community-based planning, which is to enhance IGP and DDM. Municipalities to be urged to consider the position of deputy mayor's position to strengthen governance. When you go to KZN, a council that has got 7 councillors has got a deputy mayor. And we are saying all 22 municipalities in Northwest must have deputy mayors so that we strengthen governance. Integrated planning, municipal integrated support plans, your MISP and Municipal Audit Support Program, MASP and IGR collaboration towards one plan. The previous commission also spoke of the IGR collaboration. That's the COCTA, SALGA and Treasury. We need to have an integrated planning. I don't know how we're going to be able to deal with it because our planning differs with the provincial and the national one. Next slide, please. Colleagues, once again, our envisaged outcome is that capable and accountable administration, appointment of section 56 and 57 must adhere to employment regulations, address nepotism and unemployment, discard culture of practice of unqualified officials. We even emphasize that it should be done by us as council. We should not rely on deployment committees. Resource legal units, municipalities to strengthen legal units to address and avert litigation. Dissolution of municipal councils. During municipal dissolution, COCTA be lobbied to consider also terminating the section 56 and 57 contracts Why do we have them? Because they led to the municipality's failure. If we go, we must go with the municipal manager, period. Why should he remain in the institution? We are lobbying COCTA to also come up with that. Municipal audit outcomes. We request that AG's office must timelessly report back to the municipality, and also request that the AG's office, when submitting the management letter, such letters should also be presented to the political head. We want the political head to know the outcome of the management letter, because in the absence of that, the mayor might not even know what are the outcome in the management letter. Therefore, we request such letters to be in the mayor's office immediately when being dished out. Thank you very much. Members will add where I have left out issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you, our rapporteur. Any from members who participated at Commission 4? No. Any addition? Any comment? Any clarity seeking question? Mayor Louisa, and I see a hand right at the back. Can you give them the mic, please? You're noted at the back.
Thank you very much. I'm Louisa Mabi from Rustenburg. I'm not sure if there are questions or comments, but there are, somehow you'll determine. First one is on provision of water and electricity. That we have a very serious challenge.
Volume.
ESCOM, I'm saying we have a very serious challenge. ESCOM, water boards provide basic services in bulk to municipalities. And municipalities, when they don't get the two services, which is not the fault of municipalities, but the fault of both the water boards and the ESCOM. Municipalities are the ones that suffer. Councillors are the ones, in particular councillors, are the ones that suffer. So maybe we need to agree, or maybe have a resolution that says, biannually, COCTA, Provincial, MEC for Finance, and municipalities including water boards and ESCOM must come together and resolve issues around these two. Because without us meeting and resolving these two issues, for the next 5 years, we are always going to have a serious challenge. And I fully understand that in some cases, municipalities do not pay what they owe. But the two must also do what is due to municipalities so that we do not have serious problems of, culture of protests for the two basic services that communities need. I also support Mahosi in terms of voting rights. Actually, even at the time when we agree that they must be given voting rights, but those voting rights must be stronger because our system is Eurocentric and it disempowers African approach to resolving issues of development. So I fully agree with traditional leaders. The one of deputy mayors, I want to understand how does the commission think about financial resourcing of the salaries of those deputy mayors across the board? Because it can't just be let's have the deputy mayors without coming with a proposal of how resourcing of those deputy mayors should be. And I'm thinking of small municipalities for that matter. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you. The hand at the back.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. My name is Sean Patrick Sisana. I'm a councillor in the City of Matlosana local municipality. The one issue that I wanted to speak about was addressed by the last speaker here, the cost effect around the issue of deputy mayors. So I'll pass on that one. But there was an issue that was raised again around the issue of dissolution of municipalities. When you dissolve municipalities, then you should also consider the removal of your section 56 and 57 and 56 managers. Now, CFOs and MMs are here, and they've been with us since yesterday, and we've had engagements with them either informally or formally in some of these commissions. I want to know whether this commission has considered that these are not politicians, they are technocrats, and they are therefore employed on a different level than politicians. Actually, politicians are not employed. We are elected public officials, and we are governed differently than the technocrats. Would that mean that the commission therefore considers that first you would have to make certain amendments on the standard employment contract for your CFOs and MMs? But at the same time, how did the commission consider if you would also need to factor all of that into the performance agreements that you have with your CFOs and MMs? If the council fails, you too will go. Now, how do you write that into the performance agreement? I just want the commission to consider that as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Don't be provoked because I've given you a chance to raise hands. I see a hand there. Mike.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Mpo, and my surname is Pilani. I'm the Speaker of Lekwatemane Local Municipality. I'm equally a member of the Commission, Chair. Chairperson, first and foremost, maybe perhaps let me narrate on the issue of the dissolution of the municipalities. We said as a commission, the terms of reference of the intervention tends to confine itself to the political leadership. When you look at the reasons for intervention, are service delivery related. I'll cite an example. If local government says we are invoking section 1391B on the basis that the municipality could not collect refuse, whose responsibility is it? Should we go out as councillors and remove that refuse? Is that our responsibility? No, it can't be. We are playing oversight. Now, it is the responsibility of these technocratic skills. But if these technocratic skills cannot be technocratic enough to assist us, then it is useless. Now, there's no basis to say you are punishing politicians on playing oversight over the work of administration. Because you can't play oversight over the work that has not been done. You play oversight over an activity that has been performed by administration. Now it can't be correct that it's only politicians who are taking the fall. Year in, year out, contained in the service performance agreement of the municipal manager is the issue of the financial improvement of the institution, is to ensure that the municipality gets a clean audit. Municipalities are sitting with municipal managers who got disclaimer for 6 consecutive years. It's not the responsibility of council. Can't be. Now it is on that basis that we said, we can't take the fall alone. Let there be an amendment to ensure that they also take a fall as the leadership of the municipality. We may assist in terms of the ways and means of collection of revenue, but we are not revenue managers. We are not CFOs. Chair, the other issue that I think other members will add, but I wanted also to touch on the issue of the Structures Act, Chairperson, particularly in terms of the composition of the committee that interviews the municipal manager. The first and the last time that municipal council, gets to see the process is when we declare a vacancy. The next time we meet with it is where we are told who to appoint. The collective leadership of council. Is that, can we stand up with confidence and say, indeed, the municipal council has appointed a municipal manager? So it is on those bases, Chairperson, that we said, no, there has to be an amendment, Chairperson, to the Municipal Structures Act. I will not allude much on the issue of the deputy mayors, other members will add, Chairperson. But Chair, the last issue that I wanted to add was the fact that the district municipality does not have a constituency. Now, their existence is derived from the existence of the local municipalities. That is why we become shocked when the district municipality has got a call center. And we ask ourselves, who's calling them? What are they talking about? No one can call the district and talk about sewer or water. No one can complain. What are you talking about, these people in this program that they are implementing? Call center. It's municipalities that must have call centers. It's us as ward councillors who must have call centers, not the district. Now, there must be a realignment and an integration of the IDP of the district, but it must be reflective of the IDP of the local municipalities. Chairperson, let me pause here and allow other members to add and clarify certain issues which were not clarified. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Major. I earlier requested the people who participated at Commission for to make additions. I think you came late, Major, and they did not raise their hands to make those additions. Before those MEC, you'll come in. Mic for the lady there.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Honorable MEC and the delegates. I'm Councillor Mokhotu, Mayor Disovotla. I'm going to raise 3 issues that I picked up from the commission that just presented. The first one is that the role of the community in ensuring that there's developmental progress in our municipality did not come out very clear, because in as much as we acknowledge the role of Section 79 and 80, I believe that public participation is also key in ensuring accountability. And I'm also going to repeat this one on the appointment of deputy mayors. The point is that the commission did not clearly state how having deputy mayors would assist the process in realizing this goal. Maybe they must come out clear and say, with the deputy mayors in place, we will be able to achieve certain things maybe, or there's a lack of capacity in mayors' offices. And then the last one is on consequence management. I'm not sure, we also in ensuring that must ensure that we intensify the processes of consequence management. That must also come clear because it will assist going forward that there's accountability in our municipality. Thank you.
Thank you. The mic to the MEC. Thank you, MEC.
No, thanks very much, Chairperson of the session. I thought maybe we should just assist each other on other issues as raised here. That honorable councillors might be remembering that, and we said it yesterday, that their core function is service delivery. Now, there is no way that we can assess them based on any other thing except service delivery. Hence, in most instances, you would find that at a time there's an intervention, the terms of reference will talk to service delivery because that's where would then have assessed that this area is not doing well and people who are responsible to play oversight on it are councillors, and therefore it means they are not doing well in terms of this area. But I think also honorable councillors would remember that the appointment of a municipal manager is a non-delegated function. It's a responsibility that lies with municipal council and municipal council only. It means any matter that has to do with a municipal manager is the responsibility of the municipal council. It can never be a responsibility of COCTA. It cannot be a responsibility of SALGA or any other person. Now, we remember that in that regard, it says it can only be the municipal council that approves the performance agreement or performance contract of a municipal manager. And as and when they approve that municipal contract, they should be knowing what the contents of that contract, that this is what we're saying you must go and do. Because at a later stage, it is the municipal council that must then assess the performance of a municipal manager and pronounce themselves based on the assessment that they might have done. It cannot be COCTA, it cannot be any other department. Instead, what we have said, maybe we should come in as COCTA and Provincial Treasury, was to look at the quality of the performance contract of a municipal manager and other senior managers, which would mean your Section 57 managers, so that we advise councils to say this performance contract is correct, and therefore, as and when you assess them, expect that they would have implemented this contract as you would have signed that contract with them. But also, it is the municipal council that appoint the panel on the appointment of the municipal manager. Now, it can only be council that then resolve on how will we expect a report in terms of this appointment. If it says, as and when you have done shortlisting, brief us. As and when you have done this, brief us. It would be based, because resolution of council becomes a law of that council. It has to be implemented. The situation that we see, and which we are saying as COCTA, should be avoided. It's a situation where a municipality that knows that it's not necessarily an executive type of a municipality or the mayoral type of a municipality takes a decision, a mayor takes a decision to appoint and fire a municipal manager, which is wrong. Because the appointment of a municipal manager is a you must be having delegation system. And in that delegation system, it tells you that who should do what at what point. But the one of the appointment of senior managers, it's non-delegated. It can only be cancelled. Anything that revolves around a municipal, it means you must assess the municipal manager. And the reason why the interventions will mainly target councils, it is because legislation that governs local government gives you power. You do have the authority, but you don't implement that authority. And that on its own then calls for the intervention by provincial government. I thought maybe we needed to assist each other. The issue of the call centers, I don't think Honorable Councillor got it right. The district municipalities are there and they've got functions. And therefore they would want to service the communities in terms of that function. And therefore would want to communicate, or communities should communicate with them. There's nothing that says local municipalities can't have call centers. In fact, you are encouraged to have them. So that then you also address the issue that Honorable Mayor of Ditsobotla raises, the role of communities. Communities have voted for you, they've given you mandate. It means through public participation, you should ensure that on whatever that you are planning for, on whatever that you are doing, must be informed by the views of the communities. And that is why in your municipal, especially in your quarterly, and that we normally call ordinary sitting of councils, you have to publicize them so that communities form part of that, those councils, so that they hear on how far is the municipality in terms of what we have requested them to do, and what would then be our views going back into our community meetings in our different wards. Thanks very much, Chairperson.
And sorry, while you're standing, MEC, the issue of deputy mayors, because I've heard they were raising questions around it.
No, I think SALGA will respond to that, whether they will be able to advocate for that, because where we are, and as informed also by the legislation, the mayors have got the right, and when they are not there, they would appoint somebody to act. Whether we think that we really, at the level of Gauteng, local municipality, need a deputy mayor, even at the level of a Rustenburg local municipality, when you have a mayoral committee and has given different responsibilities, portfolio committees to that, do we really need that? But I think, let me leave it for SALGA to then indicate whether they will be able, when I know for sure that they're still struggling to advocate for the salaries of municipalities to be paid by national, and then comes this other one on deputy mayors. Cocta National, you want to assist on that one? Okay, no, thanks very much.
Any assistant, SALGA, on deputy mayors? None? There's a hand? Thank you. Thank you, MEC.
Yeah. Thank you, Program Director. My name is Loiso Nwako. I'm from Cocta National. And I was a facilitator and a resource for Commission 1. But if I can come to the issue of the deputy mayors. Yeah, well, the legislation allows. But if you look at your upper limits for councillors, I think Mr. Joel will agree with me, Lance. It says always it's based on affordability. Can you afford? So if you can afford, then you can have that deputy mayor. But we are not encouraging it as well, because anyway, the legislation indicates that if the mayor is not there, the mayor can appoint any member of the mayoral committee to become the mayor.
The acting for
Yes,
the day.
so you find that in most of the municipalities that have deputy mayors, roles and responsibilities are not clearly clarified in most instances, although the law allows. But let us make sure that we have sufficient budget we can afford, and we have clarified the roles and the responsibilities. That is the comment I can just make for now.
Thank
Thank
you. NEC member. We are done with Commission 4, I think so. Any addition to the facilitate to the rapporteur?
No, I just wanted to indicate to the plenary that issues that were raised, which we left out, will be added so that they go to the relevant authority. Thank you very much. Hey, they have added, I have taken them, I'm making them aware of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tlaraba Opele Matsogo. They did well. In fact, we are all doing well as commissions who lead the municipalities, so that when we are from here, we know, even if after the SALGA training that we got. Commission 2 or 3, I don't know which one is ready. 3, thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Zamo Kwala. I'm from SALGA. I'll be doing a report for Commission 3. I just want to recognize our Honorable MEC and any other leadership from the provincial government that is with us, the leadership of SALGA at a national level and provincial level, the leadership of our municipalities, mayors, speakers, and councillors, and also greeting to the colleagues and ladies and gentlemen. So the topic that we are given as Commission 3 is to look at basically 2 issues. One has to do with revival of the economy, and the other one deals with the issues of COVID. As we all appreciate that COVID over the past 2 years has caused havoc in all our lives, including the economy. So there is a feeling that we need to revive our economy and take care of those challenges that came about because of COVID. But as we started as a commission, we acknowledge that our economy as a country is not doing well. Looking at the report for the 3rd quarter of last year, we felt that the economy of the country has contracted by 1.5%. We have lost a lot of jobs in the country. So I think that was a good starting point, because yes, as much as we appreciate the problems that were brought about by COVID, but we want to make a point that we already had challenges before. And some of those challenges were external. As municipalities, we couldn't do anything about, but we needed to be able to highlight those that within our realm, the things that we should have done well to improve the environment. Can you go to the next slide, please? So basically, we started by looking at the economy of the province, and we still acknowledge that the mining is still playing a bigger role in terms of the contribution to the economy of the province. If you look at the contribution of mining, it's 32.5% to the economy of the province. But we wanted to highlight the fact that other sectors are important, because we cannot indefinitely rely on one sector. So we also acknowledge the fact that the COVID, those are the numbers that were shared with us by the Department of Health, who were part of the commission, that in this province, in Northwest, the accumulated cases is 183,000. And there's a 94% recovery and 466 deaths, and the active cases are still about 6,000. The point here is that we need to acknowledge that COVID is still with us. There are things that we are still unable to do in the economy because of this pandemic that we are faced with. Next one. So those are the numbers where they were actually emphasizing the point, Department of Health, of saying that when we look at the vaccination, These are the gaps that are still identified. They group them in terms of the sub-district, and you can see the first one there, Moritele, it says that 70% of the targeted audience is still remain unvaccinated. So it's still a big issue, and we are all encouraged to do our bit. Obviously, there is always a debate here, and the debate started in our commission about the vaccination, and as a facilitator, I use my prerogative to say, let's not go there. Let's actually say, what do we need to do to get our economy to work? And instead of having the technical debate that is not within our area. So that's the challenge that we are faced with in Northwest. 1.3 million people still live below poverty line. There's a low confidence in terms of the investors. At West, we even see some of the businesses moving away from our municipalities. There's a high unemployment rate. There's a budget constraint in LED portfolios in local government. The infrastructure is not in the good state. There is a discouraged entrepreneurship at all levels, including the youth. And then there's a low capacity in the SMME sector. Those are the generic problems that we are faced with in this province. Then we went further to say, what are some of the factors that are contributing to these problems? So one, we are saying that as municipalities, unfortunately, our image is not at the level where we can be able, in confidence, to attract and retain investment. So there are a number of things that are happening in our area that unfortunately are contributing to the negative image that we have. Then in terms of the processing of the application, we feel that there's still a lot of inefficiency. A lot of work is done manually, but generally we are not responding fast enough. When people are making applications for building approvals and any other licenses that have to be obtained from municipalities, we feel that as municipalities, our processes are just inefficient. The economic planning is just unintegrated. We feel that the role that the LED units are playing really is not as effective as it can be, because they are actually set there to play that coordination role. When we talk about integrated planning, we are saying that it doesn't matter who is involved, whether an entity coming from the national level or from the provincial level, but municipality must be at the center. We must be able to coordinate all those projects. One of the presenters earlier did talk about projects that are driven at national or provincial level and saying that the municipalities don't actually call people to order. They don't call them to account. And we are saying that it's actually start with planning, because if we are playing a leading role, then things will probably happen much differently. Obviously, the issue of the economic infrastructure is quite a challenge. It's a challenge in two ways. We feel that there is a gap in terms of having the infrastructure, but at worst is that even where the infrastructure has been installed, there's a low maintenance. That maintenance is contributing to some of the issues that we have. And we acknowledge that not all problems are within us as municipalities, because if we talk about water, the fact that there are water boards that are outside our area, but they are contributing factor. But the point that we are emphasizing is that the problem is actually felt at our level. So then the support for informal SMMEs as well as informal traders, we feel that is just not adequate. Much more needs to be done. We feel that there's a polarized relationship between us as local government and the private sector. We feel that much needs to be done. The Commission 1, when they were presenting, they made a point that when we talk about DDM, the feedback that we need to give, it has to go to all stakeholders equally. But we feel that at this stage, a lot still needs to be done in building that relationship between us as municipalities and the private sector. And then the last one there, we are saying that in Northwest, because we are so strong in the mining, there has to be a very close alignment between what is called social labor plans that are owned by mining houses, as well as what we plan as municipalities. Because those people, when they do the labor plans, they do it with National Department of Mining, and there's money, there's a budget for it. And we say it can't be that that company, it just comes and puts a hole wherever they want, when as municipality, we've got our own priorities. But if we don't take a leadership in engaging them to ensure that there's that alignment, we'll always be left with minimum budgets when people are sitting with money that should be able to assist us. So we've grouped our issues into these 6 themes. The reason is because we have recommendations that are grouped in those themes. So you can read them, but I just want to go to the next slide so that I don't waste time and read for you. So the first one, it talks about the image. We are saying that in terms of improving the image of us as municipalities, one, we need to change our own mindset. We need to know that in this game, we are not alone. It will never succeed if we think that we are everything. We need to acknowledge that we have our own limitations, one of which is a budget, so we need other partners. So we need to build that relationship, and that relationship must be frank at all times. We also need to have a political will to actually take decisions. Consequence management that has been highlighted is one of such. If outside see that as municipalities we are strong in this, there is a political will, then our image will start to improve. When there are findings by the AG, we need to actually respond. Because if we don't respond, it gives an impression that we are basically not bothered by those weaknesses that have been identified. Sorry, you moved too quickly. Just go back. So the next slide there, it talks about enforcement of the bylaws. We are saying that there is a reason why there are bylaws, and we have to enforce them. There was an example that was made that in Ventersdorp, there are about 58 companies that if you visit them, you find that they are not registered. The labor is actually working more than the required number of hours. At worst, the kind of products that they produce, including food, is basically substandard. And that has health hazard to our communities. So we need to be able to take care of that. Intergovernmental model, we need to say that we have to get the right people for the job. It doesn't make sense for us, especially in the financial area, that we will have our financial managers, we have our CFO, but when we have to prepare the financials, we outsource that work to consultants. Over and above that, we still get negative reports. It just doesn't bode well. So it doesn't give a good impression of us as municipalities. Then on the last point there, obviously, in terms of revenue collection, I think the next commission will talk more about that. We can move to the next one. So the next one, we are saying that SALGA to support and advise municipalities on the implementation of spatial planning and land use management, because we feel that in terms of the land ownership, it becomes very difficult to plan when we've got different owners of land and their plans are not integrated. And we feel that as SALGA, we should take a lead in assisting municipalities in managing this. And it also talks to some areas that are in the traditional lands, because it has value, and that value must be beneficial to the communities. The issue of the red tape is something that we have to address, and we are saying as a recommendation that as SALGA, we have to work very close with municipalities to put strategies to reduce some of this red tape. And I must emphasize the point that when we talk red tape, I made a point about the inefficiencies that we have in our system. But again, our own bylaws, they were set at a certain time, but as things develop, we need to be able to review them and see if they are still relevant in terms of the economic development to this day. So we can move to the next one. So then in terms of the SMMEs, we are suggesting that SALGA to facilitate an engagement with national and provisional departments and find entities that are, especially in the funding area, to have some sort of representation in municipalities. Because yes, we know that a lot of information is sitting on their websites, but we appreciate that, especially in our informal traders, some of them do not have access to this. So they must be able to avail information that as municipalities, we can actually help to distribute to the operators. Because in the absence of this information, a lot of people lose out. Some of you will know what happened during the height of COVID, when there were grants that were offered by national departments, but some of our SMEs were not able to access because they either didn't know where to get them. If they knew, they didn't know how to process the applications. So all that, it means that they lose out. So we feel that these departments have to get closer to our communities and closer to our businesses to make this available. So SALGA to capacitate LED units with SMME legislation compliance, and we are also saying that SALGA to facilitate involvement of all stakeholders, and the point that I made earlier on. We can move to the next one. In terms of the LED, there was a very strong feeling within the commission that LED units as they are now, a lot of them really don't have capacity in terms of the skills, but more than that in terms of the budget. An example was made that in one municipality, the budget for LED units is only 70,000 a month. And you'll agree with me that there isn't much that they can do with 70,000. So the recommendation was made that where possible, let's convert these LED units into departments and provide them with the right skills and provide them with the right budget, if we are serious about economic development, because these are the people that should help us in that regard. And there was also a recommendation that the SALGA facilitate Northwest Local Economic Development Summit. There was a strong feeling that we need a summit where we engage all the role players and start to deal with the issues in Northwest. And then MMC responsible for LED must hold regular workshops with the mining houses, because we feel that there's a lot that we can do together if we have a good relationship, where the MMC will be able to share the municipal plans and these houses will be able to share with us the challenge that they are faced, and collectively we must try to find solutions. And then in terms of the COVID-19, as I said, that it was quite a hot discussion here, but we end up agreeing that SALGA to facilitate COVID-19 awareness sessions together with councillors so that we are able to spread the correct message to our people. Because unfortunately, our communities, the productivity at the workplace is affected by this, so we have to work together to find solutions. Then we are saying that one thing that we have gained out of COVID is that a lot of us have actually started to use the technology effectively. And we are saying that it's an opportunity that we must not lose. We should actually build on that. So there were a number of examples that were made. One in particular was that a number of issues that are dealt with at municipal level, they must be done digitally. So an example was the e-governments, where procurement should be done via the electronics. Then there was an issue about the workplace meetings, that some of them we should continue to have them virtually because it helps in terms of saving some of our costs. Municipality can also assist SMMEs, because if we leave them out, they will not be able to benefit. So as we conclude, we then said the local government is everyone's business. It cannot be only the business of politicians and administration. The communities, the stakeholders, and in particular the business communities have to work with us. And if we work collectively, we'll be able to make that meaningful development that we require. Thank you very much. Those were some of the recommendations that we made.
Another round of applause. Thank you. Commission 3, any addition from members who participated? Commission 3. Any addition? Louisa, I see your hand. Councillor Louisa.
Thanks, Chairperson. It's only one addition. When we talked about engagement with mines, it should be mines and other businesses in the locality, because some of the municipalities do not have mines. So it's not only mines, like I said, it should be in other businesses. Thanks.
Thank you, Melissa. Any clarity seeking question from the members or comment? None. Run. Oh, thank you. I see a hand at the back. Mike. Is there a hand again? Yes. You'll follow.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Mama Kashela Mukombene. I am the national member of IMATU as a union in the local government. Chair, I just want to know from the commission that represented now, how do we revive the economy of the province while emerging entrepreneurs are not registered? 99% of the tax shops are foreign owned. That is given, we all know it. And the COVID-19 has exposed many irregularities. Our councillors were selling, and the staff from LED were selling permits to these foreign nationals. And you ask yourself, if councillors are selling something that is meant to revive the economy of the province, who's going to do the oversight? The other thing is, I didn't hear the commission talks to how it's going to help the municipalities do away with foreign businesses, more especially at locations, because we know our grandmothers and our parents are doing something money out of this foreign if they hire their mukukus and they do their two-room and do their tax shop. So how are we going to help those businesses, and how are we going to help our communities, and how are we going to help our economy in terms of bylaws of each and every municipality? Because municipalities don't have bylaws. In Mafikeng, they do have bylaws, but the problem is the implementation. So let us go back, have bylaws, so that we can be able to control our economy. I thank you.
There was a hand on this row.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Okay.
Should I introduce myself again?
Yes.
I am Sean Patrick Sesana from Matlosana. I am the councillor there. Madam Chair, just one issue that I heard which piqued my interest in this commission, the issue of land and the value of land, but also, or more, the issue of the value of traditional land. And for me, the question then would be, how do we determine that? Because there is also infrastructure on that land. The value of that land, are you going to determine it in terms of the title or the title holder? We understand in terms of communal land, there is only one title deed, and the title holder would therefore be the traditional leader. But also in certain instances where you have your CPAs, then it would be a different model. But in most instances, there are also other forms of infrastructure that exist there. And I'll give just a small example of an industrial site somewhere at the end of this province, Babelech, which is still managed by the Northwest Development Corporation. There is that argument that such an industrial site is built on communal land, is built on traditional land. Now, how do you value that particular land? Do you value that particular land on the basis of the infrastructure that is on it and the business that is conducted within that infrastructure? And the understanding is that most businesses that are built on land, or whether it is foreign investments or local investments, the standard practice would be that there is a 99-year lease. And the benefits that come out of that, how do we ensure that then it benefits the traditional community itself? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Issue of bylaws.
No, thank you, Chair. On the issue of bylaws, what we have done as SALGA, we have produced a document. It's a guideline that we are providing to municipalities on how to enforce bylaws, especially in the informal trading sector. So we finished it last year. We launched it in Gauteng, and then the plan is that going forward, we'll be going around to all provinces and making it available. Because really it's quite a tricky one, because you have to be able to balance. On one hand, you have to make sure that people who are traders, as informal traders, they do that with dignity, and they are given an opportunity to trade, and they do it clean, and they do it in a manner that is protective. But whilst doing it, we must make sure that they do not then disrupt other businesses that are taking place there. So we'll be making it available because we believe that it will be helpful to assist the municipalities in guiding those bylaws. With the issue of foreign-owned businesses, really, I'm not sure whether I will be qualified to comment on that one, because I do know what happens in other provinces, but I'm not really familiar what will be the issue or the plan here in terms of economic development at a provincial level. Maybe it's an issue that MEC can comment on, because it becomes very emotional. What we can do as inspectors is to ensure that all businesses that are out there are properly registered, they have the permits, and they qualify to be there. But when it goes beyond that, because I know and I agree with you that especially in our townships and rural areas, we've got a lot of businesses that are just operating illegally and they are not doing it. So it's a question of just enforcing it to make sure that we all comply. But I really would like my leadership to comment on that one, including the issue of valuation of land. As I said, that in terms of Spluma, the processes are clearly defined, and as we are training councillors, as we go around the country, training councillors is part of that. We've got a chapter that deals with the issues of Spluma as well as the issue of land management. Thank you.
Thank you. I saw a hand. Thank you for the response. Yes, Ntate, you, MEC, or after the hand that I have noted.
My name is Mika Moeti once more. I wonder to what extent has the Commission looked at the growth of the economy in this province, in the district, and our local economy? To what extent have you actually reflected on these issues? But over and above, the issue of industrialization becomes key in the sector of building the economy. Once we don't build industries and factories, our economy would not grow. I was excited yesterday when I saw the university coming here. At times when I sit in my own small space in Mapoizile village where I reside, I asked myself, in this province, do you have economists or we don't have? And why for the past 27 years our economy is only growing at 0.1% if we have the economists? And if you do, where are they? Where are these brains? Where is this brain power of the economist who must actually help us who are not economists to understand why our economy is not growing? Now, it pains me when I look at the issue of the local economy, when the local economy actually is in the hands of foreigners. It's unfortunate, sometimes we call them foreigners, and some of them actually they are Africans, and they can't be foreigners in their own continent. But there's a reality of the matter that we need to have systems to ensure that actually our local people take responsibility of the local economy. It's true. if you have not reflected in the commission about problems that we have, whether you talk township economy, you talk rural economy, you talk urban economy, our economy has been taken over by people who don't actually help us. Maybe the issue is not that they are taking over the economy. The issue is that they are not actually contributing to our economy. They don't even bank in our banks. They don't even employ our people. So we don't actually benefit anything. Maybe the central question and the fundamental question is that we're not saying they can't be, because well, the economic policy of this country is actually mixed economy. And therefore, when you've got a mixed economy, you can't stop anybody going doing business. But the issue is, we must reflect in that commission that we need to put system in place to ensure that actually we manage them. So that they must not come and open a tuck shop in Provincial village and they can't actually employ people and they start recruiting people there. And actually some of them takes advantage of our understanding that we don't understand business. That's why they build a tuck shop in your house. And actually they tell you that they'll pay you 1.2. And every year they'll increase with 100 rand. And how much money they make over 12 months. But because they know the poor person in Provincial village doesn't know money, doesn't know business, he would agree. They actually tell you, I'll sign a 10 years contract with you. Where have you seen a 10 years contract? So these are some of the challenges that are impacting on our local business people. So this reflections has to take place. We need to make them. Where there's no system, we need to improve on the systems. I know speakers are actually chairing what? These Home Affairs stakeholders. Stakeholders at Home Affairs. They must also help us so that we manage some of this process and put up systems in place. But obviously it's important that we actually, the issue of building industries, the issue of building factories, the issue of helping our people who are even in the building industry, in the construction. Huh? All of a sudden today, batho ba itseng go aga matlo ke batho ba ba tswang ko ntla kere maAfrika Borwa tlola itse go aga matlo batho ba itseng go disa dikgomo ke ba ba tswang ko Lesotho batho ba rena ba tlola ba itse go disa dikgomo ba batho ba itse go koroma ka matlo a rena thata ke ba ba tswang ko Lesotho batho ba rena ga ba itse. So something went very wrong in terms of making sure that the skills that our people had, to what extent are we helping our people actually to empower them? Because some of them, they are able to build a house, but they don't have good skills, they don't have good papers. Those programs, where are they? That used actually to help our people and empower them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The lady here. Then Majoro will follow and the MEC to respond to assisting us for Araba.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Musadu Tsile Morapedi Letele, a councillor at Greater Town Municipality. I wanted to comment because I feel there was one delegate here that asked a question that I feel that is not answered. And she was talking about the development of the SMMEs, specifically those that are in the core business of tuck shops. There are programs that are meant at developing SMMEs in this province. And those programs are facilitated and coordinated at district levels by small enterprise development agencies, SIDA and SIFA, that we know that now currently they are merging to increase capacity in terms of not only support of SMMEs, but as well as financing of these SMMEs. And I feel that the LED department within the local municipalities are not partnering enough with these institutions that can increase their capacity to guide and support SMMEs. We do have currently the programs like TREP, which is Township Rural Enterprise Programs, that are encouraging our tuck shops, that are funding our, identifying and funding our local tuck shops. And that lady was also asking about registration and formalization. And it is through these programs like TREP that the tax shop owners, the local tax shop owners are identified and they are formalized through CIPC registration, and they are prepared to qualify and to meet the criteria of funding. And that TREP program is funding each and every local tax shop with 50,000 rands, which 50% of it is a grant and the other 50% it's a loan, but we know these things. And loans never, especially government loans, never get to reach the stage of being repaid. But we need our LED offices to create more solid partnerships with institutions like SIDA, SIFA, so that they can assist in developing our SMMEs. And these programs are targeting, we remember that in olden days we used to have general dealers, and we don't have such anymore. And some of the post owners of these businesses claim that they don't have enough funding, and through programs like TREP, and if the LED can go and form partnership with the SIDAs, they can be able to bring these programs and assist their local SMEs. Thank you.
Thank you. Majoro? MEC Negiri, you'll come after Majoro, the executive mayor. Thank you, MEC. Sorry for that.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. I was actually moved and ignited by the speaker, the union rep that spoke, and pleading with the district mayors and the local mayors that one of the key areas that we need to prioritize, and I think we must agree here, which SALGA must oversight and monitor us, is issues that relates to community safety. The municipalities have abandoned their constitutional mandate. The issue of thinking that safety is a responsibility of a province or national government. Community safety is part of the mandate of local government. And how we have defined it over the years, Chairperson, we have killed it. And I think we must take a responsibility to reposition it and put it where it belongs. The national government will develop policy and regulate through bills or acts. The provincial MECs through the Secretariat Act will then be given a mandate to oversight, monitor implementation, and be the custodians of your national security departments that are in the province. But also move in terms of developing integrated strategies to respond to what municipalities need. But when you get to a municipality, there's no program. Crime is everybody's business. That's the first thing. Crime does not belong to the SAPs. The SAP's responsibility is to stabilize. Once they have stabilized, it is the responsibility of political leaders and communities to ensure that there is safety in the community. The SAPs stabilize, they do patrols, and that's all that they can do. And then they wait for a crime to happen. Who must make sure that the crime does not happen? It is a conglomerate of stakeholders within a ward, within a municipality, and within a district. If a ward councillor does not have a ward profile of who exists in their wards, then we have a problem. Not only that, honorable speakers, a ward committee, the ward councillor, they must also have a safety and a community safety plan in that ward. That will then be consolidated into a municipal safety plan and then a district safety plan. Then we will be able to say, we are worried and we are threatened by the extent of foreigners in our districts. But if I can ask a simple question, how many foreigners are occupying a space in a ward? A ward councillor does not know. Who regulates these foreigners to operate? It is the LED department of a municipality, including the economic development. Now, working in silos has not helped us. That's why we ought to come together. This is the DDM we're talking about. A district mayor must chair a meeting, and this is a new sponsored MEC, a sponsored resolution. A district mayor must chair a district JCPS cluster. The cluster must not exist at a national level. It must not happen at a district level. It must happen at a provincial level. It must happen at a district level because a joint operation and a joint strategy needs to be hatched. If the district municipality's mandate is to oversight the compliance ya batho ba di shopo, go sheba gore dijo tsa bone di siame, let me not go alone. Home Affairs must be there, SARS must be there. Every other cluster department which is responsible, they must be there so that before ke tsena mo shopong, ke tsene mo shope ke itseng gore motho o legislated, o regulated, tshwantse ba le mo South Africa. Gore ha a sa tshwanela, re mo paketla, re mo tsenye mo veneng, ra mo tsamaisa. Now this is what we're talking about when we're talking the district model. So we still need to meet and discuss what does it mean and its impact and how we integrate these things. And re tshwantse re kolomake, ba ba sa siamang, ba ba sa tshwanelang gore ba rane dispenser shop, aba pake ba tsamaye. Not because we don't want them. We need those that are supposed to be in the country formally and that have the papers. And we can only do it when we integrate. Thanks.
Thank you, Majora. That's true. And it's happening in all our wards. It is happening in all our wards. Honorable MEC.
No, thanks very much, Chairperson. I think what we're getting here from the conference is that councillors knows what is right. It's just that they're not doing this that is right for the communities. Because like the executive mayor is saying, it is the municipal councils that regulate these tuck shops in different areas. It means it is themselves who allows the situation. Now it is for councillors to then say, we need to go back and do what is right. Because the same foreigners we are talking about today, we're meeting them on a daily basis. Some of us, we are, Councillor Mika has just been saying how we're utilizing them, how we even buying in their tax shops and so forth and so forth. And we're not doing anything about it. It's just right for us. And it then talks to what the executive mayor is saying about the profile. We don't even know how many of them are there. And so forth and so forth. So that's one of the challenges we need to go back and ensure that we resolve. But also, your section 52 of the MFMA requires that the the mayor must submit a report to council. And that report must then be able to say, how many of our local people do benefit in the budget of the municipality? That on its own will then be able to give council a picture of to what extent is the LED unit functional or not. So those are some of the things that I think that in my view we need to look at. One councillor spoke about the bylaws and enforcement of the bylaws. Our municipalities do not have the capacity to necessarily have, maybe for an example, if we talk to your Johannesburg, who has the municipality that have your metropolis and so forth, for them to be able to enforce these bylaws. Our IDP forums must be as inclusive as possible so that we bring in all the stakeholders that we need, and they must know out of those forums to say, what is it that we need to do as a stakeholder? How best are we going to assist? Your police, for an example, if they're part of that, they will be knowing the plans of the plan of the municipality and what is their role in terms of that plan. We have just been talking about, there was one question that was talking about the value of the land and the values of the properties and so forth. If you have, for an example, within your IDP forum, your stakeholder of your banks as stakeholders, they are very good in terms of that. Utilize them to assist you. Utilize them to assist you because they will be forming part of the structure of the municipality, and therefore they would be knowing that within the plan of the municipality, this is our role and this is how we should assist the municipality in terms of what we know best or in terms of what our responsibility is. But also, let's all of us make it our task to then understand your movable and immovable property act, so that it then also advises us on how best to deal with this issue of the movable and immovable property in terms of the value and so forth and so forth. But what we want to encourage is that let's bring on board police because we need them. We really need them. How the level of crime in our different wards, for an example. If at the level of the Department of Education, we are able to say schools must adopt a cop, why can't we in our areas be able to say, we know that in our ward when there are challenges, who to contact in terms of a police. We know that as and when we have our engagements, if we need police, because not all of our villages, especially villages, do have police stations. So those are some of the things that we also would want to encourage for councillors to do going back. I think on the issue of the COVID-19, much as we have had in some of the responses, we do have the district command councils, and they are led by the district executive mayors, which then those district command councils, I know that there are programs, especially on weekends, where we also join them in terms of ensuring that we go and encourage our communities to vaccinate and so forth. Let all councillors participate in that, so that it's not to be seen to be a program of the mayor, not to be a program of the MEC, who is a champion in that district and so forth. We must carry that responsibility, all of us, as leaders in those areas. I'm even afraid to say maybe we must even check how many of us here have vaccinated, because we may even be surprised if you look at the statistics that we have been given here in terms of vaccination and those who have not vaccinated. Thanks very much.
Thank you, MEC. We are done with Commission 3. Any? Do you want to make any? Any addition? Yes, you can come.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you very much for comments, and we will review or revise some of our recommendations to incorporate a lot that has been said. Thank you very much for that. One thing that I just wanted to add, perhaps, is that it's very clear that sitting around here, we are aware of what the role of economic development should be. And I also acknowledge that when I happen to read a lot of IDP documents and LED strategies of municipalities, those documents talk to issues that were raised on the investment promotion, on the sector analysis, value propositions, and all those issues. Where we fall short is when we have to implement. The question is, if we know what needs to be done, we've got a strategy, why is it not happening? So what I want to add as a recommendation is that as part of our councillor training, as well as our municipal staff, we need to seriously review the role of our LED functions or our LED professionals, because that's where I think the gap is. We know the plan, we know what needs to be done, and it has to happen. So thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you. Round of applause for Commission 3. E ke naganang gore the LED ke mokwatla wa di masepala tsa rona ke re bagolo LED economically ke yona mokwatla wa our areas. Ke kreile note to fana to say Nedbank has a table, please submit names and cell phone for draw at Nedbank. Bantseng letsola kwa ntle. We are now going to Commission 2, the last commission. Commission 2.
Upload the presentation. Is it coming? Okay. Okay, thank you. Good morning to the MEC, to the mayors present in the room, to the speakers, councillors, delegates, and all the strategic partners that are basically in the conference. My name is Komojo Letsatsi. I'm the Chief Officer for Municipal Finance at SALGA Head Office. So I'll just be covering report back on Commission 2 and the recommendation, but I see the presentation has not loaded. Is someone assisting with the, okay, thank you. You can move to the next slide. So what we did at the Commission, basically, we had a number of questions that we deliberated on, given that our topic is quite bulky as well, just to confine the discussion somewhat. And I think most of the presenters, even yesterday, touched on a number of issues that this commission basically focused on. So the first one was looking at what intervention should basically be put in place around good governance. And just given that in this province, we only have one district that basically just got unqualified audits, and the rest of the municipalities, I mean the 21, it's more adverse kind of audit opinions. So definitely a focus is required in changing the image of the sector in addressing audit outcomes, and of course the leadership basically taking the lead in that particular regard and holding those that have to be held accountable in doing so. So looking at some of the discussions that really came out was around the awareness of new powers of the AG, and this talks about the consequence management and the follow through
in terms of material irregularities that the AG basically flags the issues around fraud and corruption, and we are aware that that's already starting to happen. There's a number of cases that have basically been referred to the SIU, and especially around the special audit in terms of the COVID funds. And then of course the issue around consequence management, and it's a term that gets thrown around a lot, but very little to basically show for it, looking at just the repeat findings year in, year out, in terms of the AG report. But in there, what we were discussing was almost having some sort of an incentive or a stick to actually punish the ones that basically transgress the legislation, in terms of even lobbying to the Minister of Finance around effecting an instrument for consequence management in terms of the division of revenue bill. And then the professionalizing of the sector, applications of the law in appointing competent staff in positions, then you don't end up having situations where somebody with a matric ends up being a CFO. So obviously that municipality is bound to actually fail as well. So I guess it's important that the right people are actually appointed in the right positions, and if municipalities obviously go do the opposite, eventually it will translate into the kind of reports that we then we actually confronted with. And then the issue around the skill, this one was actually focusing on the oversight committees and the MPECs, and a point was actually made that it's not always necessary the case that the relevant skills actually sit with the dominant party in a municipality, and we gotta get to a point where we move beyond party politics and look into the other political party within the municipality and council to make sure that the various oversight committees are basically capacitated. And then the issue around the audit outcome, and I think the point was made earlier that was the point of actually keeping a municipal manager or a CFO that for consistently over 6 years would have gotten adverse audit opinions. So linking that to the implementation of upper limits and incorporating it into performance management. The next slide. And then the issue around the training and capacitating of councillors as well, that, you know, the ICIP that SALGA basically undertakes for a week, SALGA needs to look into developing training material so that a testing tool can determine the impact of the training, so you don't just receive the certificate of attendance. And then also the issue around looking at the legislation to determine the eligibility criteria to become a councillor. And I'm sure the delegates and maybe those that are also new that are incoming would appreciate the complexities of local government. And then basically there was also an issue that yes, we do push and pursue audit outcomes and performance and good audit outcomes as a reflection of good governance, but there's very little focus on service delivery, and maybe we need to advocate for the AG as well to focus more on service delivery reporting, so that then we can balance what we focus ourselves on, so we don't have people just pushing for good audit outcome at the expense of service delivery. So it doesn't necessarily follow that if you get a clean audit, then you'd also get a clean audit around service delivery. And then there's also the issue that came out around the depoliticizing of administration, where officials in certain instances are actually political. And it's important that those that are actually brought into the municipalities are basically apolitical. And then, of course, there was an issue that, and I think also the discussion was been related to the section 154, that before you enforce consequence management, you should have ensured that you capacitated the actual individuals There's skills audit that's basically been undertaken, and then consequence management. So all the support value chain should basically be in place to have an effective consequence management. Next slide. And then there was an issue around the universal access to affordable services. And basically here, I think the focus was also more on the free basic services. And I think this issue is around affordability of services. If we look at just the amount of monies that's basically owed by municipalities to either water boards and ESCOM, it's a reflection that the customers of the municipalities are actually finding it very difficult to basically pay the municipalities for services that are consumed. So if your customers don't pay you, you're likely not to pay your creditors on time and basically at all. So the tariff determination is very important, and the affordability thereof. Most of you would be aware that ESCOM currently, as we speak, they're applying for 20.5% tariff increases, so it will translate into the budgets of the municipality and consequently to the households. So you're likely to see the debtors book basically growing as an indication of the financial constraints. And then of course the issue around the indigent register to actually make sure that we improve the coverage of the free basic services. And then there was an issue that was raised around the management and overseeing the expenditure around overtime, where officials are basically abusing that particular aspect. So if we can move to the next slide. And then the other issue was on revenue management, protection and diversification. And here really the focus was around communal land-based municipalities and looking at their funding model. And then of course there's an issue around the land audit. I think it was raised as well. And then the issue as well that was raised around looking at the IGR framework to make sure that you can't have government departments basically owing municipalities. So that basically needs to be strengthened and amendments in that regard. So there's an appreciation that there might be some tensions between different pieces of legislation in terms of tribal land. But if we see the kind of developments that are basically happening in some of these tribal or communal land, and based on the services that will be provided as well, there's certainly some aspect of revenue foregone on part of the municipality. So as much as there's an appreciation that this will probably be a difficult one, but definitely an area that we have to look into in terms of revenue diversification. The next one. Infrastructure investment. I think there's quite a number of speakers that basically touched on the issue around infrastructure, but is the issue around conditional grant performance. That in there, municipalities should start looking at linking this to performance management of municipal managers, of CFOs, of PMUs, to make sure there's no monies that are basically returned to National Treasury, because then it makes, as a sector, it makes our job very difficult to advocate for additional funding to local government when we can't even spend the money that gets allocated to us. And then there's also an issue around the secured ring fencing of funds for planning to fast-track infrastructure projects, and that should be added in the conditional grants and would improve infrastructure rollout. And then there was also an input in terms of the MIG, and allowing to deregister certain projects, so if there's a project on the ground that is ready, so that the reallocation can basically be made. Sorry about that. And then, of course, the register to establish land ownership between tribal land, publicly owned land, and private sector land to ensure completeness of revenue. The fiscal framework as well. So I'm getting to the recommendations quickly. I think we have touched SALGA. This is the work that we continue to do through the budget forum in terms of not just looking at the horizontal allocation in terms of nationally raised revenue, that's the formula, but we also look at pushing the envelope somewhat and look at the vertical allocation. I think there's an appreciation that if you look at the constitutional rules and responsibilities of local government vis-a-vis the other two spheres of government, where local government just gets 9% against the 46% of roles and responsibilities communities in terms of the constitution, that something must give them to also align to the principles around the white paper on equitable share of national raised fund. And then of course the issue on the section 154 support, before we even get to the section 139, that there's concerns that have been raised in terms of how this gets undertaken, and also the fact that municipalities are not actually being provided with terms of reference, and at any point in time you'd find there's two teams on the ground that run parallel, that tends to sabotage the outcome. So that's why we haven't seen return on investment in terms of these interventions. And then the next one, and then the digitization. Of course, a lot of municipalities' processes are very manual, that actually compromise the integrity of those, and that gets flagged as well. So we will be looking at SALGA as well, together with the municipalities, around the digital plan, and as well as looking at the possible funding options and advocating basically for that. And then I'm quickly going to the recommendations. So most of this are basically covered. So the awareness campaign in terms of the new powers for the AG, that's what we're proposing in partnership with Provincial Treasuries and COCTA. We'll continue to support municipalities in terms of to improve audit outcome. There's an appreciation that, I mean, the province, COCTA has spent around 250 million, but if you compare that against what we see as audit outcomes, definitely there's no return on investment in that particular regard. So the cooperation and the collaboration between the various players basically in the value chain. I think you moved very quickly. Thank you. Okay, of course, and then the program to look at the free basic services around management of indigent registers and making sure we improve their coverage. We've touched on the overtime issue, and then of course the credit control in terms of government departments that owe SALGA, that owe municipalities. We can move to the next slide. So ensure that the performance contracts of municipal managers include the KPIs that would then translate to service delivery, like your conditional grants and the expenditure levels in terms of conditional grants, and of course the audit outcomes. So you can keep a CFO that consistently has adverse audit outcomes. And then advocate also for conditional grants to provide for planning. And then the implementation of regulations on financial misconduct. Of course, the consequence management we've touched on, and the communal land we've touched on. And then the last slide, I think actually that's a duplication. So those are the recommendations. I know I've run quickly on those, just trying to catch up on time. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Gape matsogo. Thank you very much. I am now going to suppress you because we are running behind the schedule. We should have started the session of day 2. We are behind schedule. Ke nagana gore those who want to make comments and clarity-seeking questions should contact the Commission 2 for clarity-seeking questions. Lastly, ke nagana gore will be provided. We have written our email on the attendance register. Maybe we'll be, if we request that we be sent those what we have agreed upon for the commissioning. Thank you very much, the participant, for this session. As I have said, ke nagana gore we'll be moving to the session here, the day 2. Thank you very much for your participation. Thanks.
morning, colleagues. If you look into your program, we're supposed to go into the closed session. But before we start, let me congratulate the class of 2021 matriculants for making us proud as the province. As the Northwest Province, we remain on position 4. And in Northwest, the Bujanala region came position 1. And in Bujanala, Rustenburg sub-region came position 1. Yes. Shine. We have received a request for a caucus. Whilst we are still going to arrange the logistics, because we are supposed to get into a closed session whereby media and others will have to go out. So we are going to give a 20 minutes caucus to a request by the district mayor of the Platinum region, which is Bujanala. Bujanala is the only region that is not Ngaka. You have Ngaka Mudir Mulema, Dr. RSM, Dr. KK. So maybe Bujana should consider looking into one revolutionary doctor and name it after him or her. So, yes, the request is for all the 3 troikas, the executive mayor, mayors, speakers, single whips of the municipalities. But the others, you can also have a leg stretch whilst the caucus still continue, or you can go and have tea. The caucus will be granted for 20 minutes. Then we come back for a closed session. Thank you very much.
Some are small in Yana, and some are bigger than others. You might not be able to choose them, but you can choose to make the right decisions for their future with the Standard Bank Flexible Funeral Plan. It lets you choose a premium you can afford by tailor-making your own benefits, like cover for up to 20 family members and memorial benefits from 5,000 Rand to 20,000 Rand. SMS plan to 31492 to get a quote today. T's and C's apply. Standard Bank. It can be.
Wetuli, class as a belief. A better tomorrow starts with one small step today. So when will you take yours? Standard Bank. It can be.
Wetuli, class as a belief.
A better tomorrow starts with one small step today. So when will you take yours? Standard Bank. It can be.
Comrades, Troikas, can we just come to the front so that we have our caucus, please? Leadership of Troikas, please come forward. Speaker Bojanala Laki Madiba and the entire leadership, please come to the front. I don't want to call you by names, comrades. Yeah, question again. Please check your municipality who's not here and please call them outside. Some of your municipal leadership are outside. Please call them outside. We have only 20 minutes to do these things, please. Comrade Dingete, can you please come forward, my chief? Comrade Frida Mapela, please come forward. Comrade Frida, can you please call Comrade Manyeke? Sebang, how we take okay to out here? Look, I'm trying to phone. Outside the building. Hey, corner Spanish accent. Come on, Cosby. Ogai Semeyano, Bagay Bangaka, Ogai Kumalo. We can't talk about the chairperson who's not here. Why welcome the MEC Renal Conference at SALGA? Or because we want to hear a certain speech here. Or Guamaka, but from the. My leader there, please. Narugopa Spacey Hanyan, we are just a small caucus. Eh, Arata Hobona, get a little Hoki. Arto Graham, Narastin.
4. The municipalities that are not in good standing are as follows: Khetleng Refir Municipality, Naledi Local Municipality, Ditsobotla Local Municipality, and Tswaing Local Municipality. Those are the municipalities that are not in good standing in terms of their levies. So it takes us to 18 voting delegates. And then registered out of the expected delegates, total municipality registered is 22. Total registered councillors out of the expected number is 126. Total registered out of the expected officials is 23. Total stakeholders registered is 91. Total PEC registered is 6, noting that one who is no more, who passed on. So the total number expected is 266 and the total number registered is 246. So that is the credentials that are before you. Thank you very much, Program Director.
Thank you very much, Councillor Huma. Honorable delegates, may I request by a show of hands the mover and the seconder as far as the credentials adopted, and I will therefore request Councillor Mabale Huma to stay on stage. May I request when I point your name, when I point you, you indicate your name and the municipality that you are representing. May I take this hand followed by the hand and also recognize the hand of Executive Mayor Dr. Kenneth Kaunda.
I am Councillor Sabwing Sarankato from Makwasi Hills. I move for the adoption of the credentials. Thank you.
Honorable Councillor.
No, thank you very much. My name is Justice Davampi from Legwataiman. Chair, in terms of the credentials read here, these credentials are not consistent with the letter that was written by the duly elected chairperson of SALGA in Bukoni, Bufirima, 2 municipalities. Now, I believe the chair wrote the letter in line with Article 22.27 and 22.3.2. And in the letter, she categorically stated how representation of municipalities should be. Now, there are certain municipalities, majority of these municipalities did not comply to the letter that was written to them by the duly elected chair as empowered by the Constitution and in line with the PEC decision that was held in November last year. So I want to check, municipalities did not comply to that because you can see EFF and other parties, they are not represented in other municipalities such as Kakisano Molopo, and there is a letter to that effect that was written to the speaker to say you did your own arrangement as the ANC caucus without taking into consideration the letter which spoke of taking to consideration of the 2021 local government elections to a consensus. But none of those things were followed. So these credentials are in fact not consistent with the letter that SALGA wrote to municipalities. And this conference is a conference of SALGA, yet the delegation that is here is not inconsistent with the letter that was providing clarity in terms of delegation. So I just want to get clarity in relation to that. Unless, of course, you want to tell us that this is an extension of the ANC. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Councillor. And I think from the word go, we have indicated that SALGA is a non-political organization. Therefore, as the conference, we still want to reiterate, Honorable Executive Mayor Dr. Kenneth Kaunda.
No, thank you very much, Program Director. I had raised my hand to second, but I would love to possibly speak on the matter.
May I request
But
that
first
you...
of all, let me move for the secondment of the credentials as presented. That's the first thing. I'm seconding the approval and, of the credentials. I wanted to check, Chair, with the delegates that are seated here. Conference is not empowered to enforce a guiding principle of a letter that was written by the chairperson of SALGA guiding how the constitution of delegation to this conference should be. It's a guide. Now that guide must not be debated and discussed at this level. A municipality is an institution that can sue and be sued. It is, am I protected? Okay. Now it is upon a municipality that needed to use that letter as a guide and process and agree and conclude on its delegation. That's the first thing. Assuming the delegate was right, that did not happen. At the registration point, at the point of registration 3 days ago, 2 days ago, the delegates from that institution should have written a letter to the coordinators of the conference, including its sitting chairperson, before we arrive at this moment. Now, I would strongly recommend that the matter must be referred back to council and a proper submission by the delegates be done to the municipality so that consequence management must happen at that level. I thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable councillors, may I take that the credentials have been moved and seconded as such? Thank you very much, honorable councillors. And in line, honorable councillors, may I request that Mr. Langs, our COO, to come and stand on this. However, there are 2 hands that I've noted in this row. 2 hands at the back, and also allow this hand and the hand. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Chairperson of the session and Deputy Chairperson of SALGA in the province. Greetings to yourself and greetings to the entire leadership collective from municipalities in the province. I hear the point that is being raised, and there's a correct quoting of the Constitution of SALGA. The 2 points that are relevant from the Constitution is the first, that, well, there's 3 points. The first is that the Constitution states that representation to a conference is determined by the Provincial Executive Committee. Secondly, a member municipality has at least the attendance of 1. The PEC may extend that attendance to as a number that it would prefer. And my understanding is that indeed a decision was taken by the Provincial Executive Committee I saw it in the rules that were shared with us of the conference. I noted it from the rules that were read yesterday in the session. That decision was taken. That decision was communicated to municipalities. The assumption we make as SALGA, which is not a constitutional assumption, is that municipalities are appropriately geared. Maybe a point that was made more eloquently is that decision-making around matters of municipalities resides in that council, whether in the collective or whether as delegated. And SALGA does not make that decision on behalf of municipalities. So the assumption we make is that a municipality would look at the criteria that has been set and will duly determine their representation to the conference. The second part, which is important in the Constitution, it states there that at the conference itself, municipal delegates will present themselves for accreditation. The developments over the last 2 days, I have noted personally myself, registration was done and continued until this morning. And therefore, municipal representatives had the benefit of presenting themselves for accreditation, and that has been done. And so the question that is to be determined is whether this conference at this point, based on the concern that is raised from the floor, whether the conference can do anything about a decision that a municipality makes. And I think there was a response, and the response which I would agree to, not because of the person, but because of the principle. The decision-making of that municipality cannot be challenged by this conference. It can't be challenged by SALGA either. If we decide to do so as SALGA, we would have to approach an appropriate authority, which would ordinarily be a court, to invalidate a decision that was taken in a municipality. And state clearly why as SALGA we want that municipality to change that decision. And so to anyone else that disputes the decision taken by a municipality and communicated by a municipality, the conference does not have the authority to either unpack, discuss, or even attempt to change. At best, program direct. The conference should note the concern raised that despite the guidance given by SALGA, the representation that finds expression at this conference is contrary to that, and that SALGA should look into the matter. But for conference, there is no defined role or appropriate role to try and deal with the matter at this instance. Thank you very much.
We'll take Councillor Huma to make additions.
Yeah, thank you very much, Program Director. I think the explanation by Lance from National is sufficient enough. And if you look at the Constitution of SALGA, what has been raised by a councillor there, I take it as a dispute. And the Constitution allows a dispute. It says if you have a dispute, you must do, if there's a dispute between a SALGA and a member municipality, it must be done in writing. But that doesn't mean the conference does not have to continue. Whilst you're doing that in writing, the conference or whatever session that has to continue, it will continue and we will take it from there. Thank you very much.
Honorable councillors, I suppose that the explanation suffice, adding to what Councillor Mabale Huma has presented. May I then request that I call Councillor Mutibi to proceed with the items after the adoption of the credentials. You can come on, Councillor Mutibe. Can I take the two hands from this side? Ra. Councillor, and the two hands at the back.
Thank you very much. I think it's important that when you are debating this conference, we take note of the motions on the floor. Whether you agree or you disagree, but it's important that there must be engagement. But again, it's important that you must say, we have listened even to the outgoing chair of SALGA in terms of the spirit of conference. We are also agreeing that the reality of the matter is that this conference takes place after the 2021 local government elections, which actually came as a result of some of the agreement and coalitions that must be taken into consideration. However, if chair, you still want the ANC to proceed dominating this conference, it's also okay, but you must listen to us because we are delegates in this conference. You must listen to us because the issue of making sure that delegates at SALGA must make sure that they work as a collective for the interest of the organization. It's important that we do it and that we become consistent. But in any democracy, you listen to people, even if you feel you are the majority. Because we are delegates here, we come from other parties. I'm sure our responsibility is not to come here and rubber stamp what the ANC says. We will not do that. So that's why we must raise some of the issues here. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I heard what you said, Lance, about the decisions taken, which should be taken at the municipal level in council sittings to determine and to agree on the delegate to come and vote here in this conference. It must be like that at the municipal level, submitted to SALGA, SALGA noting the resolution of the council to say Africa Tale is a voting delegate from Ramusramu. We should not come here and develop the resolutions which are not satisfying the requirement of a delegation and voting process. It is a mistake which we have made, Lance. Number two, the municipalities which are not participating in this conference due to financial constraints, which didn't pay SALGA. Therefore, they are excluded from participation. SALGA, or this conference, should allow these municipalities to participate in this conference. And those municipalities must make arrangement with SALGA about their arrears. When are they going to pay SALGA? It is a matter which should be considered to allow those municipalities to participate. They are not going to run away. Those are institutions which are there forever. So I request you, SALGA, that you allow the municipalities to participate and make arrangement with the time frames. Thank you.
Dumelang, nagi jujumo na isa ke tlhaga ko Rustenburg. One, ki proof ye feng, ele nang le yona, ya gore nna ke nominateilwe ko Rustenburg ke councillor Rustenburg. Because ke feel gore ga o mpha di-credential, sentlo mphele item e discussion ko that particular council to say, ma councillor a 7 ya ko ona nominateileng, the proof you have. Because of ntore ya giwa mo ke gore re tlile mo ka arrangement ya certain political party. Di councillor tse dintsi ga di a tsena go nominate di delegates tse di tlileng kwa. And then number 2, re batla clarity because ko re nna go te go di masipaleng re bolelwa gore troeka e simola fela ka troeka ke yona di delegates. Mara ntse re bala constitution ga re bone so se sentseng yalo. So re batla di clarity so that re kgone go itse gore a di delegates tse di fatse di correct. And the other thing gape gore in the morning re butswa potso go sign register to say o voting delegate. So it means masipala ke bo kgetile a voting delegate out of 7 go ya ka arrangement ya lona. So re batla itse gore ge le gore I'm not a voting delegate e votang e kgetilwe ke mang ko kae if I'm not a voting delegate because of na ke na that arrangement. And then we are saying how can I be a delegate that is not voting? So ra re le yona yo gape we are not happy. So ka bokutswane mo re bona arrangement ya ruling party fela mo ha re bone gore SALGA e re accommodate ba botlhe. So ne ke re ka re di-credentials tsa go mama a di nne le proof e re bontshang because ha o sena proof mo ha o sure ke tsene pila mo e ka nna arrangement ya mmeshila gore antlisefa.
Mr. Lance, I'm going to request that you and Councillor Sheila, you handle answer. Councillor.
Ke Tebogo Komane from Lekwatimane. I don't think the current leadership is attending to the matter the way each one say. The matters that has been raised on the floor is in now. Lisa lightly for what I don't know, whether it could be beneficial or Lisa lightly in that way. However, for the sake of progress for this conference, I think those matters must be attended attentively, according to myself. Because number one, issued credentials should be the one determining the progress of this conference. If you take that particular element and serious, so therefore really is challenging ka set up the way thing. The correspondence that was sent to all municipalities by the leadership of SALGA was speaking on behalf of SALGA, forwarded by the chairperson, on behalf of SALGA reps. So now, the issue raised by the floor is that there was never a thorough consultation on other political parties. The setup was only made for a particular party, which is the ruling party. In all the municipalities, remember, mostly the correspondence will go via the speaker. Now, most of the speakers, they will manipulate the process that it must not even reach the level of council. So if you say the councillors who are not happy should have written the letter based on what? Because there was never a correspondence before them. So the manipulation started via the correspondence not even reaching them. So that's where it lies. Perhaps if you can get the chairperson to come and clarify his or respond on the matter, the chairperson itself, so that we can have a direction on the matter. For now, I don't think you guys there can provide us with any clarification on the matter because you just want to forward the process so that the conference must just end. But you are not responding to any of the matters raised on the floor. So please, can we get a thorough clarification on the specific person or the chairperson who gave the correspondence for the delegation to be nominated and all that. Please, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to respond to some of the questions raised. And as to the contents of the letter, I think it will be clarified what was the content of the letter. Like I said earlier, Lance did clarify on how the matter must be approached. The constitution is clear. If there's a dispute, how dispute is raised, it must be done in writing. And then on the issue of municipalities that are not in good standing to be exempted, unfortunately, we cannot amend the constitution now. The constitution will be amended or will be reviewed at the National Conference. Constitution is clear on who must be voted for or who must participate as a voting delegate. Section 8.7 of the Constitution is clear that when a member is not in good standing, you are not allowed to participate because you've got a lesser right. You are not allowed to be voted for. So unfortunately, that one we cannot tamper with because it's constitution. And then in way forward, I think we can note all the concerns that are raised. Parties that are having dispute, they follow the correct procedure in raising the disputes. We continue with the conference. If after the explanation or if after the results of the dispute resolution committee says what happened in Mabatu Convention Center was illegal, there's nothing wrong, we will go back and converge again. So I propose that we continue with the conference. You note the SALGA has noted all of the concern raised. Parties that are concerned, you must follow the procedure of raising a dispute, and we will take it from there. Thank you very much, Chair.
Colleagues, good morning once more. I think my colleagues have tried to clarify this matter, that we can't be questioning the... But let me tell you something, we will not allow ill discipline. Much as we will allow everyone to express your views, and remember yesterday I read the procedures and the rules and procedures of this conference. So we will not allow any ill discipline in here. All of us will have to behave. All of us will have to behave. No one is allowed to howl at the other member of this conference. So please respect us. We will respect you. We will give you time to speak, but let's follow the right procedure. If you want to express your views, please, let's respect each other. I will not allow that. Where is the mic? Let me first note hands. Let me first note hands. And I'm only giving you 1 minute each. Remember, in actual fact, this session is closed. The credentials are adopted. We have already adopted the credentials. We are speaking, but outside the adoption of the credentials. I will allow you to express your views, but I'm giving you 1 minute each. We are running out of time, and not that we want to rush, but let's also respect time, because some of you are delaying us now. By the time we end the conference, you will not be here. You will be leaving us alone. So let's also respect time. I'm noting hands. You are number 1. Number 2, sit down. I will let you. I set hands. Number 1, number 2 is here. Number 3 at the back. Number 4, number 5, number 6, number 7, number 8, number 9, number 10. Majoro Likwataiman, you are the last. I will not allow any hand. after these hands that I have noted. Is it fine, colleagues? Re tlo go dira yalo, re tlo nna mo ordeng. Number one, let's start with you. Can you note, Sheila? the questions?
Ke a leboga mama ke ithetse ka re ntate Bushiri o tswile ka country ya no le wena o stole mo profiti gore go be re go setse re nnosi fa re tsamaile mara se eo ne ke feta ka bo profiti bo ba go ke botsa gore ha re ntse ane go ate one vote per municipality so sentse ro vote re le masepala so ke botsa potso gore ka ntlha gore nna go ke tswang ko teng ha ra fa ope so fa ise re site re no mokete kweno votang on behalf of Rustenburg. So ke botsa potso gore procedure eo why is etsagala and then if Untaro is noted ke kwale dispute ko kwala dispute yang ke se ke kgetile motho ile o votang o vota ke a kgetilwe ke mang out of the 7 so gore ke kwale lekwalo procedure lekwalo yo ntsa sebaka because voting yo etsagala gona no nyane and then ke be se so now I'm saying kere nkebe ore ba kantse pila mmeshila ka re kwena no araba nkebe ore ba kantse to say ge le gore gona le masipala o tshwana le wa ka wa Rustenburg o sa kgeta motho ile o votang aba ilo kgeta motho gore he lo re procedure ya tsamaye sentle so o mpotsa ka lekwalo wa re ke kwale lekwalo thank you prophet
I will not allow that. You must withdraw that word. I'm not a prophet. Give him a mic. You must withdraw.
ke a gana ke batla no tlanketsa
We will not allow you to speak anymore in this meeting. That was your last comment. We will not allow you to speak anymore in this meeting because you are acting outside the rules of this house. So we will not allow you to speak anymore. Don't do that. Don't do that. Number two.
You know, we must not make our own rules here. You must quote which rule are you using, Chair?
You are eating your 1 minute.
Yes, it's my minute. It's not your minute, and you are disturbing me. You are eating it yourself. I was saying, you are not SPLNC. You're not the executive authority here. You must show us which rule are you quoting. That is the first thing. The second thing, a question was asked. How did you determine that these delegates were nominated by councils? Because majority of this council did not sit. It was a discretion under the tree or so and so is going. It is never, even if you check the council resolutions, majority of these councils did not sit for this SALGA thing. So it is not a decision of council. The COO is just simplistic. It does not speak to issues that you are raising. If delegates from Kagisano Molopo, which don't have arrangements of transport and accommodation, come here and cause a pity there, who's going to pay for their accommodation and transport when the ANC submitted names without even consulting these political parties? So, Chair, in closing, continue with this extension of the ANC. We will meet on the ground. We will meet in councils. Everywhere we see anything that has got to do with SALGA, we will meet it there. Continue. It's not a crisis.
Number three.
Thank you, Chair. I will first want to start by apologizing on behalf of Councillor Munaisa. I'm the Speaker of Rustenburg. You know, sometimes the conduct of councillors, we take blame for it as speakers. I apologize on his behalf. The delegation of, am I protected, Chair?
You are protected, Councillor.
The Councillor Munaisa is a very vibrant member of Councillor Munaisa, order.
You are out of order. Councillor, you are out of order.
Okay. If I may proceed.
Councillor.
There is point number one. I will I continue to apologize for the delegation of Rustenburg, particularly Councillor Monaisa. I wanted to confirm, Chair, that the clarification from Councillor Huma and the CUOO suffices. The procedure is very clear, really. I thought we were coming here as delegation of municipalities and not political parties. Maybe the councillors are teaching us something who are dressed in red. But let us proceed with conference. We have a council meeting next week, Tuesday, Councillor Monaisa, so that we may be able to proceed. I want to confirm, let's proceed, let's not waste any time, and apologize once more on the behavior of Councillor Monaisa as the Speaker of Rustenburg. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Number 4.
Thank you for allowing, ma'am. My name is Cornel Dreyer. I'm from Nakamudiri Mulema. Just the following observations is that the item now on the floor came past the secondment. I want to sensitize you that you are in control of the floor and you are allowing the debate to unfold. We are covered. It's a Rustenburg issue which will be solved on Rustenburg grounds. Can we please continue? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Number 5. Number 5. Are we using one mic? It's also delaying. Let's get another mic, and that mic must go to number 6.
Thank you, Chair. I think the latter speaker has partly covered me. This is the responsibility of each municipality, and we can't allow individual delegates to speak on behalf of other municipalities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Number 6, and the other mic must go to number 7.
Thank you. Mbarekekana from Nakamudiri Mulema.
You'll follow Councillor Stella.
Okay.
Yes.
Former Mayor, I want to register objection on the issue of delegation. About what do you call it, credentials, because of the way dissenting views. And normally if there are dissenting views, the house must be divided. So those who disagree with credentials, we were supposed to be given a chance to vote around that before you can properly say they are adopted. So from that point, I've noticed SALGA somewhere, it's a little bit captured and it's something's not moving fine there. Thank you.
Number 7.
No, Chair, thanks. I think Mesara has covered me on the first point that the mistake we're doing is to allow councillors to speak on behalf of other municipalities. The fact that you are here, it means you were allowed, you were considered, so your municipality did actually subscribe to the prescriptions that were there, number 1. The second point that I want to speak to is with regards to a constitutional imperative, because now we are being put in a corner of discussing a letter and we are not discussing the constitution of SALGA. Because if there's a dispute, a fundamental dispute, it must be referred to say, this is how you are infringing the constitution of SALGA. And to this extent, I've not heard such a point. So I want to move, Chair, the same way we do in council. If a speaker has summarized in a way that it does not represent the discussions, or there's a resolution that is incorrect, there are processes that are to be followed. So let us not be boggled down, because the process has been outlined for us to understand. So let us proceed. If there are law-abiding citizens in this conference, they'll know what process that we are to follow. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Number 8.
No, thank you, Chair. I should think I'm partly covered that each one must speak for their municipality. Let me not stand and speak for Ramotsere, for instance. Number 2, we took note of the clarity that was given by the SALGA, Mr. Lance, where he clarified from national that even the CEO cannot, the chairperson cannot amend the constitution on her own. It was actually wrong of her if she is misinterpreted to having have said that the constitution must then change, that this thing is binding or anything. Like Councillor Stella Mondlane has said that the constitution should be the guiding principle after all have been said and done, you know. I'm further going to propose that we allow now voting delegates, it's a proposal that I'm making to plenary. We allow voting delegates to go and sit there in their order. Isn't it that there is one voting delegate per municipality? So that we are able to proceed with the business of the day, Chairperson. I thank you. That is my submission.
Okay, thank you. Number 9. Number 9. Number 9, are you covered? Number 10. Number 10 is here, the last one. No, Google. You're covered. What is happening there? Give the mic to... Ke number 10. Bahai tswa ke kopi thuso. Tswela pele Major.
Thank you very much, Program Director, Chair of the session. I think, Chair, what we ought to do is to firstly check, taking from Comrade Stella, that what are the constitutional implications on a dispute that is raised. And no, I can allow him, Chair. I'll be patient with him.
But why are you misbehaving, if I may ask? But why do you interrupt one member speaking? Number 9 is here, is the Speaker of Moses Kotane. Number 9 is the Speaker of Moses Kotane, and she said she is covered.
Okay, no, thanks, Chair. I just wanted to clarify that confusion. If they are leaving the house, I'm fine. I'm not going to speak. Thank you.
Raleboga. Colleagues, I think through all the inputs and questions that have been presented, in a way you have covered and tried to clarify when you were making submissions, and that brings us to the next item, which is the adoption of consolidated 2016 Provincial Conference minutes and declaration, which will now allow Honorable Councillor Stella Mondlane, the PEC NCOP representative, and the Speaker of Matlosane to make that presentation. Mayor Mondlane, over to you.
Good afternoon, honorable councillors. I hope we remain honorable. My name is Councillor Stella Lebohang Mondlane. I am the Speaker of the City of Matlosana. I do request that the minutes be flagged on the screens. Can we have minutes be flagged? Okay. Councillors, whilst they are flagging the minutes, please note that it was part of the package that you received. It is consolidated minutes of the conference that was held in Mafikeng in 2016. I hope you did take the opportunity to go through the minutes. And please note that the minutes does not talk to a councillor as an individual, but it talks to the municipality that was in attendance and actually participated in the conference. And I'll therefore invite a mover and a seconder if there are no matters arising from the minutes. I'll start first by asking if there are any matters arising from the minutes. Okay, I'll not fundraise a view. Can we then move to have a mover for the adoption of the minutes? Councillor Jeffrey Lissier. Councillor Jeffrey. Thank you very much. Please just repeat yourself for the purpose of recording.
Yeah, I am moving with the adoption of the rules as a true reflection, as I'm made to believe that they are. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. There's a mover for the adoption of the minutes. Can I note Councillor, Executive Mayor?
No, thank you very much, Chair. I just wanted to check from the leadership, the adoption, is it done by voting delegates or delegates to conference? So that we are able to differentiate before I can second. Because credentials are adopted, now these are records. Should it be? If we can get that guide, thanks.
Thank you. I noted a hand at the back. There was a hand that was up. I do not see quite well. 1, 2, 3 will be the last one at the back, and then we'll respond.
No, thank you, Chair. I was actually seconding the mover for the adoption of the minutes because I was present in that conference. And I think that the voting in terms of the minutes is an exercise which is performed by the the delegates to conference, not the voting delegates, but the delegates to conference. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir, at the back. Yes, Councillor.
Thank you, ma'am. I just want us, before we adopt this, to minute that the EFF has left this hall, because in 5 years' time they will stand up and say that it's not a true reflection, but they were not here. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. I think I've been assisted in coining the response. So the understanding is that we agree that the minutes are a true reflection. It's not necessarily for the voting delegates. So the minutes are therefore adopted. Councillors, please do assist. Councillor Mudiri Murubani has lost his bag. We have the same bag, so you can easily mistake another councillor's bag for yours. It was right in front here, so let's please assist him. Just check if you've got the right bag with you. Thank you very much. I'll then hand over to the chair of the session.
You'll bear with me. I'm co-chairing with Councillor Mutibe. She quickly went outside. I just want to check something. I'm not going back to the process that we have just concluded. When you adopt that the minutes are the true reflection of what transpired, you must have been part of that. You can adopt a minutes where it was a true reflection of what transpired when you were not part of those that were discussing those minutes. So Negeri, we must check that technicality and make sure that those who are adopting the minutes as the true reflection is that when there are matters arising from the minutes, everybody, even when you were not part, you are allowed to participate. So I believe that those that have adopted the minutes were part of the deliberation previously. Councillor Mondlana, you were also expected to deal with the declaration. Majoro Nikita and Majoro Sebang will come.
Somebody to move for the adoption of the minutes afresh. And you look into the members that were there at the time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillors, the seconder already mentioned that he was part of the meeting. We should just find out from Councillor Lissier. However, this is the understanding that we should have, because it is very much possible that you can have delegates, and I'm saying this because I did consult. You can have delegates, very new, all of them. That is something that we need to appreciate. You'll have your PC, I've noted, you'll have your PC and new delegates. So the understanding is, it is the municipality that was in conference, not a warm body. It is the municipality that was in the conference. But nonetheless, because we are covered, I think we can, Councillor Lerato Sitlake, your hand has been consistently up. Let me recognize you.
No, thanks, Chairperson. Can I carry for procedure? I move for adoption of the minutes, and I must also indicate that I was part of the conference that was held at Mabato Pumps on 2016.
Thank you very much. Councillor Nkatlo. Okay. Thank you very much. The minutes of the 2016 conference stands to be adopted. We are done with that item. We are now going to deal with the SALGA Northwest Provincial Conference Mahikeng Declaration. It was on the 13th until the 14th of October 2016. You have it in your pack, and I believe all of us have it. And the declaration is then tabled for you councillors to take cognizance. Can I just have also a mover and a seconder? And for the purpose of being on the same page, let's agree that it will be done as well by people that way in the conference. Can I then call for a mover and a seconder that indeed this was the declaration of the Mahikeng conference? I'll see by a show of hands. Yes, Councillor?
No, thank you, Chairperson. I am Katon Stephen Moreki. Because I was present in that conference, I move for the adoption of the declaration of 2016 SALGA Provincial Conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's a mover, seconder, Councillor Sitlake.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the session. Once more, Lorato Sitlake, I second the declaration adoption.
Thank you very much. Success as entitled. I'm saying this because you will have resolutions of a council you were not present in. And you will not stand and say, I was not in that council. This resolution is not standing. It's standing and it is binding. And that is how we practice government. Thank you very much. Chair of the session, please come back to your podium.
Thank you, Councillor Mondlane. We now go into the next item on the agenda, which is the Provincial Organizational Report. In the package, it also includes your annual report 2020-2021. I'm going to ask the outgoing chairperson of SALGA Northwest, Councillor Fetsa Mulusiwa, to present the report. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Program Director, Executive Mayor Mabale Huma. Councillors, you have given us the mandate in 2016, and we have developed a 5-year 2017-2022 strategic plan as a tool that guided us throughout the 5 years to implement what we have requested and what we have agreed upon as conference. So I'm going to hand over to the Provincial Director of Operations, Medesri Tlwaele, to present the 5-year organizational report to yourselves. Over to Medesri Tlwaele.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, members of the conference. In the interest of having to move, there's a shorter presentation that we'll put on the screen, but also to indicate that organizational reports have been given to you in a printed form. It's a very thick report because it's everything that we did for the last 5 years, as was resolved by conference. So basically, if you allow, I can run through the presentation that shortens this version, or you can say that you have seen and read the report and you agree to the report, but we can quickly run through the report. So should I run through it quickly? Hurry. Next slide. This is just the introduction, and that we are acknowledging that there were constructive disruption as SALGA. And we then looked at the term and class from 2017 to 22 period, which proven to be the most difficult period for this PEC, as also outlined by the chairperson, but also the advent of COVID-19. Next slide. We had the Auditor General's report, which painted a very discouraging picture for the province, and we have dealt with those issues in our commissions. SALGA also had strategic partnerships with provincial government, especially at executive level. But we are saying that there's been a disjuncture in these 5 years in terms of issues that you also discussed regarding support to, based on Section 154, 139. We also talked about the membership levies, which has remained a central challenge to us, and payment levels, and we cannot overemphasize on that point because it is the basis of SALGA and its existence. We've also experienced during this period a very high vacancy rate of senior managers, and I'm sure we have dealt with that, and we can do better at all times to ensure that we appoint appropriate people. This is the percentage of what we have experienced in terms of the vacancy rate right through the province. Next slide. Next slide. This is just the mandate of SALGA. In terms of the executing of the mandate, we basically depends, amongst others, on functionality of governance structures, which are the structures that basically councillors form part of to guide operations within SALGA in the province, which also flows from operations that we take a mandate from our national structures. So these are the voice, and when you are sitting in those committees, you talk for the province, you talk for your municipality, but you also talk to what SALGA needs to do across the 5 years. Now, we need those governance structures to be very, very, very functional. We had the Provincial Executive Committee. I think the chairperson addressed the issues. that were pertaining to the Provincial Executive Committee, and it is there to look at the day-to-day running of all the issues that the conference has agreed to. Despite many challenges, the PEC has supported administration to take through, and we have achieved as administration all of those issues. SALGA also in 2017 embarked on a change management process to strengthen and realign organization towards strategic mandates and the betterment of municipal governance. We have achieved that, but in terms of our working groups, like we explained, it's the machinery of SALGA and to ensure policy positions and interests of member municipalities. And these structures must then dictate what you want into the national structures, but also into the NEC that we talk about. So attendance of councillors that are nominated to these structures, we've always found it very challenging and it makes our work difficult. That is why we are now pleading to say, please, if you are nominated into those structures, please find the time to deal with these issues, because at administration level, we can then be able to assist. These are some of the structures that we have been participating in as SALGA, Northwest Premiers Coordinating Committee. We found a very, very, very good voice within that committee to talk for municipalities. We are making policy proposals, but it must come from the mandating structures of SALGA. So we're working very well within all the structures that are mentioned here, but emphasis is your governance structures, where you as councillors need to talk for your municipalities. Next slide. The intergovernmental and strategic relations, IGR has been an issue that you have discussed, all of you as councillors here. But the highlights that we have achieved, we're able to ensure representation in various legislative processes. The portfolio committees that we are talking about, and which you are also going to nominate delegates to talk for SALGA, for municipalities on those structures. We have achieved most of those IGR structures, and we need to sustain and actually strengthen and fast track those ones. But we are going to depend on you as participants of this process. We have also looked at the finance and fiscal policy and economic growth cluster, municipal trading services. We've done so much work on water and sanitation, advised administration of municipalities what to do, and we are confident that if we liaise in our working groups, administration is going to be easier to focus on these areas so that we improve the standing of municipalities in the province and change the direction of service delivery towards the right direction. Next slide. Some of the highlights, I have actually discussed this point with the Mayor of Ngakamudiri Mulema. SALGA assisted in terms of the Water Services Authority to ensure that what the districts, the Water Services Authorities must agree on in terms of their roles and responsibilities, but also account to locals. This point we are going to take further because it did not unfold the way we wanted it to unfold. Something else was done, so we are going to take this point further to advise on how to ensure. But this work has been done. Next slide. So this is all about water losses, agreements between, and we are going to take those work further. And it's not only Ngakamudiri Mulema, we strive to do it with all Water Services Authority. On electricity, you know we've got challenges in terms of paying ESCOM and advising on other issues. We've done that as SALGA for the past 3 years. And participation in terms of energy efficiency so that we don't rely too much on ESCOM. We request you to please, in the next 5 years, SALGA has done so much research on these issues. And if member municipalities don't take these opportunities, then we remain uncounted. So these are some of the work that we've done. Environmental management, you know that it forms part of your IDPs. SALGA has done a lot of work in terms of environmental management and waste management plans. There are a few municipalities that we have actually done these plans for. So you are ready, some of those municipalities are now ready in terms of the IDP. Next slide. Municipal finance, I think we've discussed that to the end, but there's so much work that SALGA is doing and also researching and trying to assist municipalities. That is why we had to have this commission, and I'm sure you have discussed this. There's work we are doing currently, there's work we are doing moving forward in terms of just ensuring there's actually consequent management. You'll also recall that municipal managers have received letters that were signed by our CEO in terms of following up consequence management where things were done wrong. So we don't have a constitutional mandate or any legal mandate on that, but we are saying to municipalities, please follow this up, and as SALGA, we are going to assist you to follow this up. Oversight structures, like we are training, we've done that with MPEX. If you want further training anytime, we are available to train. Economic development, some of the highlights. We've looked at the Bujanala Initiative project, piloting municipalities, for example, Madibeng Matosana, to support in various areas. We've also had liaison with the UNDP to look at small businesses, and we've delivered successfully on that. Some of you will know the work that SALGA has done in your locals with your SMMEs in terms of that. Next. Transformation of infrastructure, inclusive communities. Disaster management, you know that is a challenge in the province. One of the areas that we've looked at in SALGA is to make a representation on behalf of municipalities, made an assessment on disaster management and fire services functionality. We are now at a stage that it must be discussed at an NWPCC level where mayors and speakers are forming part of. So that document is still going to come. We are making serious recommendations that provincial government must re-look at this service, fund it properly, and ensure that communities are catered for and are serviced. Because as it stands, you can go back, Majority Speaker, you don't have the service. It's not there. So we've made that an assessment as SALGA. I have presented it with the HODs in the province. It must just go to the political structure for us to be able to take it forward in terms of funding. And it must just be tabled. Next. The SALGA Women's Commission has also been held in the province. We have looked at ensuring that women in local government is profiled. This committee has also been a challenge in terms of it sitting, because it's you councillors that must take that decision to ensure that women in local government, the role that they play is recognized. And that's where you should be able to talk to funding of the budget to suit particularly women. So because women in terms of households can move anything. So it must be dealt with in a good way. Some of the highlights is the transport forums that we have developed. What we are doing now as SALGA is to ensure that the MMs forums are taking place, but before that, we look at speciality groups taking place so that if issues are not addressed at your municipality at a technical level, we take them to MMs forum. From the MMs forum, it then comes to you as mayors to say that this is what we've done as SALGA. No cognizance has been taken of our recommendations, and take it up. So that is what we do. So we are now looking at finer structures from technical level and then taking them up. So these are some of the areas. In terms of labor relations, you know that we also go through negotiations in terms of the labor relations, and we just concluded an agreement. In terms of the Northwest now, we are busy consulting unions in terms of local agreements. So they are going to tell us what is it they want to change, and we are going to table them with you and CFOs and that forum at that, and then that's where we are going to negotiate the provincial agreement. But I must be honest with you, some of the policies that you are adopting are very expensive policies, so you need to relook at these things. And this is the forum where unions negotiate for their employees. But if you are not taking cognizance of these agreements, at the end of the day, you come to adopt policies, and they are very expensive, costly for you, because it benefits, it's not the balance of benefit. So in short, that is what we achieved for the 5 years. But I really just taken highlights. This is the bigger report, and you'll be able to see what the bigger report is about. And as I've spoken to everyone here who was willing to consult, we said as SALGA, we are always available to assist, and we will always go out of our way to assist wherever we can, whenever we can. I always say that as the PDO, I'm available 24/7. Thank you very much.
That was the presentation of Provincial Organizational Report, inclusive of the Annual Report 2020-2021. And I believe we now have to adopt the report. Colleagues, we are at that stage where we need to adopt this report that is presented before us. I'll see by, oh, that's the hand at the back. Any other hand that I have to note? Here is the second hand. The hand there, yes? Yes, Councillor?
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the session. Once again, my name is Lorato Sitlake. I move for adoption of the report.
A proposal to move for the adoption of the report. Any seconder? Any mover? Yes, Councillor Mondlana.
Thank you very much, Chair. I second the mover for both the organizational report and the annual report. Thanks.
So the report is adopted. We will now move to the next item, which is item on the presentation of Annual Report 2020-2021, Draft Strategic Framework 2022 to 2027, and it was supposed to be presented by our CEO, Re Kolile George, but on his behalf, he will be represented by Re Lance Jewel. Over to you, Re Jewel.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think delegates, you heard the instructions I was given. I don't have time, so I've been called, but I don't have time. The presentation is 67 slides. I am going to focus on 4 of the 67 slides. The first one, I'm sure they will, I'll start running, they'll put it on the screens. The first is that we as SALGA have a planning cycle that is linked to the local government elections. And we are...
Let's agree you also include the amendments. Okay.
Thank you very much, Chair. So our planning is linked to the local government term of office, and we have recently gone through an election. The current 5-year plan of SALGA terminates at the end of March, and therefore we're required to have a new 5-year plan. The conversations that you had yesterday and the better part of this morning are linked to what is emerging as key elements of that 5-year plan. So we were quite excited, certainly yesterday during the commissions, and this morning listen to the feedbacks from delegates on the respective commissions because they will be factored into this 5-year plan. And essentially, the 5-year plan does 2 things. It takes a critical look at local government itself and what remains outstanding to achieve developmental local government. And the second part of the plan focuses on SALGA itself, so it's very inward looking, but indeed asking the pertinent question, is SALGA appropriately geared to assist local government to be developmental? And so you would have seen from the slides, and the information is available, that analysis was done, and we are emerging with the conversations that focus on the areas you had discussed yesterday during the commission. It is work that we continue to do until the national conference. There will be a further opportunity at the national conference to unpack some of the detail within the draft 5-year plan. And so things do not end today, but indeed, if you have not had the benefit yet to go through the detail, please do so leading up to the national conference, and there will be extensive opportunities at the national conference to make further additions so that the national conference signs off on the framework itself. The second part I wanted to deal with, as the chairperson has indicated, is the constitutional amendments of SALGA. The 2011 conference, the 2016 conferences of SALGA spent quite a bit of time on improving the SALGA. So as we evolve as an organization, we take the opportunity every 5 years to reflect on the Constitution and ask the hard questions. Is it still relevant in its current form and shape, or are there developments that are indeed influencing changes to the Constitution? So extensive changes were made in 2011 and 2016 respectively. This time around, there is more cosmetic changes that are being made, so not substantial changes. There are 5 of them. I'm not going to walk through them with the instruction given, but to indicate to you there are 5 areas that we focus on amending. The first part deals with code of conduct, and you would agree with me now when you saw what happened here this morning. Current code of conduct applies to municipalities. We want to extend it to municipal representatives, so that the conduct of municipal representatives within SALGA platforms are also regulated. Secondly, we are looking at amending the part that deals with Council of Mayors. It still refers to plenary type municipalities, so it's really cleaning up, removing all references to plenary type municipalities because they have been disestablished with the 1 November Structures Act amendment. We also want to bring the outcomes of the NMA around councillors who are criminally charged, who are playing a role within SALGA, into the Constitution. And then lastly, we are looking at extending the different types of municipalities that must be represented in the provincial office bearers, and not limiting them to the deputy chairs, but to include also the chairperson of the province. There's minor tweaked changes, but certainly, the chair of the session, there are 3 areas that we picked up this morning that we may want to also consider for amending the Constitution. The first one is informed by a difficulty we had this morning, which says that yes, it is not constitutional, but there was an expectation that all political parties from a municipality would be in attendance. So perhaps it's an area we must amplify in the Constitution so that we move towards certainty. The reality is that the landscape is changing. SALGA, we have tried hard and we will continue to try hard to be as inclusive as possible. And that conversation we are having on an ongoing basis. So perhaps some of those elements must find its way into the Constitution. But secondly, there was an issue, very important issue raised around the exclusion of members who are not in good standing. I can share with you, there is a link point made in the Western Cape that says that the reality is that for many municipalities, it is not affordable to pay the SALGA levy. And therefore, as much as you can do everything in your power to want to extract a payment from them. They just do not have the financial muscle to do so. And perhaps the Constitution should consider providing for an exemption so that those members are probably the most needy of SALGA because of the difficulties that they're experiencing. And so when they come to platforms of this nature, they can draw lessons and go back and hopefully improve things. So we should not just have a blanket approach of excluding them, but perhaps look at an exemption with a particular criteria. So those are the things we will go back and look at. The NEC will continue to look at what comes out of the conferences, and by the time we have to give formal notification, which is the 1st of February, of the proposed amendments, we would have a better sense of what is emerging. But the conversation will really take place at the National Conference from the 22nd till the 24th of February. And so the idea, Chair, as I conclude, is to indicate to conference there are these two documents. The first one is the strategic framework. The second one is the proposed constitutional amendments. It is tabled for consideration by the conference, but we are also mindful that time may not allow us today, but certainly there is an opportunity between now and the National Conference to further reflect and perhaps prepare yourselves much better for the National Conference to converse on those two particular areas. And that's really the input, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lance. Colleagues, that's the presentation on the two items, the annual report and the amendments of the Constitution, the proposed amendments of the Constitution, and we are now at the next item, which is the discussion and adoption of the proposed constitutional amendments and the annual report. So I'll be looking at your hands for us to proceed. We can't be so quiet after the presentation. Councillor Mondlana, let me see the other hand. Where is the other hand? Oh, Lerato, but we can only have two colleagues who are participating. We are all in this house, and I will urge you to also participate, councillors. Councillor Mondlana and then Councillor Lerato, in that order. Is there any other hand? In that order. Councillor Mondlana is here. Where is the mic?
Can I speak because it's here with me now?
Oh, Councillor Lerato already has a mic. You'll follow Councillor Mondlana. Yes, Councillor Lerato.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. I just want to check.
Where's the other mic? The other mic must come here. Yes, proceed.
Now, mine is just a concern based on the amendment. I think we need to find a way how we assist our working group committees. You will agree with me, Jorge, previously, many working group committees have been failed, and have been failed precisely because the chairpersons that we had, they were not participating properly. So I think it will be a proper way that we accommodate that part, Jorge. If the chairperson is not active, what must be done so that the committee can run? Because if all powers are with the chairpersons of the committee, and when the chairperson of committee is not there, then the entire committee is failing. Hence, we have another councillors, those who are participating there, those who are able to do the work that can be done, but failure is the chairperson. I think maybe in our amendment, we must see or find a way how do we accommodate that part. Thank you, Chair.
Re a leboga, and you are not saying anything about the proposal of adoption with, in addition to what we are saying, Councillor Mondlana?
No, thanks, Chair. My first point is covered by Councillor Setlhake. I also wanted to make a reflection on the possibility of adopting NCOP reps in the NEC as ex-officios. And I speak perhaps because I was an NCOP rep of SALGA, and it was a bit difficult sometimes when you do not know mandate or a certain position, where you would then have to entirely depend on the staff of SALGA to take you through. But if you are forming part of a constitutional structure, you are informed about issues. So when you get assistance or briefing, it's just to enhance what you're already conversant with. So either we make consideration for them to be permanent invitees to the PEC or to the NEC. It's something that I would want us to make a reflection on. Secondly, with regards to the exemption of members that are not in good standing, for me, I believe that the exemption is only felt at the level of voting. But when SALGA advocates, it advocates for all municipalities. It does not say that what we are advocating for should apply in the following because they are not in good standing. So they do get to benefit in programs, and perhaps this one lesser right is the only thing that is able to at least make those ones that are able to make arrangements or pay to be able to rise to the occasion. Thanks, Chair.
Ke a leboga. Lance, do you want to make comments or responses before we adopt?
Thank you very much, Program Director. Indeed, I think there are three issues that are being raised. We will note them and incorporate them for consideration. I think they are useful contributions, particularly on working groups. It continues to be that area of work that requires a lot of improvement, and the suggestion that is made around NCOP reps, I understand and I wholeheartedly agree with a disjuncture that may find expression along the lines that members of the NCOP, when they are, there's certainly an expectation when they represent the interests of SALGA in Parliament, they should be well informed around the mandates of SALGA so that they do not speak outside of the mandates given to them. And the best way to do so is to ensure that they are indeed exposed to decision making and what is indeed areas of work that the National Executive Committee and at the provincial level, the Provincial Executive Committee are seized with. So we would certainly look at that, include them as areas that are coming from the province. Just to indicate, Chair, that these two items are not for approval, they are really for noting. They will be finally approved at the national conference. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I think we are all clarified, and now we are at a point where we need to adopt. Let me see hands that adopt. Let's start by the annual report and then go to the proposed constitutional amendment. I don't see hands, colleagues. Do we have to adjourn? Maybe you are tired, adjourn and come back. You adopted, but we need the second. And we must start by saying we adopt the annual report. We start by the annual report. There was a proposal for adoption. Let's see the seconder. Councillor, the Speaker of Mahikeng. Oh, Ngaka Mudiri Mulem. Oh, Ngaka. The secondment for the annual report.
Just for clarity, we are seconding the annual report. I can remember Justine. Yes. My name is Ntabiseng Shuping, the Speaker of Ngaka Mudiri Molema. I hereby stand to second the annual report as presented. Thank you.
Ria leboga Speaker. Let's then go to the adoption on the proposed constitutional amendments. Let me see hands. I saw a hand somewhere there. Oh, there's the hand at the back. The other one is that side at the back. Introduce yourself and then you can proceed.
No, thank you, Chairperson of the session. My name is Kia Moheti Mipule. I'm the Speaker from Greater Town Local Municipality. I hear the CEO say that this proposed constitutional amendment is we must note not adopt. So I move that we note the proposal of the constitutional amendment. Thank you.
Noted. The second hand.
No, thank you, Chairperson. Ke nna ka tong Stephen Moreki, ke second proposal of noting the proposed amendments. Thank you.
The amendments is noted. We are now at the next item, which is the outline of, a round of applause, colleagues, for that. The next item, outline of the elections procedures, would now allow Councillor Dion DeForce to come over. And I'm also going to request the PDO to start preparing for the delegates, the voting delegates, so that we run smoothly. Is Councillor DeVos here? Oh, okay. We'll then allow Relance to also proceed and make a presentation or outline the election procedures. Over to you, Relance.
Well, thank you very much, Chairperson. And while I'm not Councillor DeForce, who's currently the acting president of SALGA, is unavailable to be with us. And so I've been quickly requested to deal with two matters. The first is to indicate that we are going into the election process itself, which automatically dissolves the existing PEC and open up the elections for not only the new PEC but also related positions. Yesterday, Program Director, you had the benefit of walking us through the rules and procedures, and there were two areas you had emphasized. Firstly, the positions that are available for election, and secondly, how the process itself will unfold. Perhaps I would indicate and then hand over to the IEC that has been requested to deal with the elections. I think everyone is familiar with the positions that are available. There are two areas I thought I should just remind delegates of. The first is that when it comes to the deputy chairpersons in the province to be elected, there's a constitutional requirement that it must be from the different types of municipalities you have. Meaning in your province it would be district and local, so you must at least have one local and one district in the deputy chairs. And when you nominate members to the National Executive Committee, the same would apply, that together with the chairperson that is to be elected, you must represent the types of municipalities you have. So if we can use an example that you elect a chairperson that is from a district, it means the two nominations can't also be both from a district. There must be one that comes from a local municipality. And then you would meet the constitutional requirements. And then the last point that I thought we should make, because we unfortunately had, because what we can't do, once you have started elections and you elect, we can't undo the elections. But certainly, there's a constitutional provision that talks about transition. Where PECs do not meet the requirements of the Constitution, the NSC could ask the PEC to go back and revisit the composition of the PEC so that it complies with the Constitution. We had that unfortunate reality in 2016. I'm hoping we would avoid it this time around. And that's why I'm emphasizing these 2 points. And then the last one, obviously, is that we are an organization that wants to be inclusive, but also be representative of both males and females. And so we are hoping that we're not going to have an outcome with 10 males in the PEC or an oversubscription of males in the PEC. I don't think we have a problem with the opposite, an oversubscription from the females. But the idea is to have proper representation from both sides. I see there is a hand, and I want to hand over to the IEC because I merely had to clarify if there's a question on the procedures. Yes? I think we'll need a mic. So we are on the procedures before I hand over to the IEC.
Thanks, Presiding Officer. For safety, I heard you when you started speaking, you said that automatically the PEC is dissolved, and I'm uncomfortable with the word automatically, which may pose a challenge in the future because we don't know. Some people have already left the meeting, unceremoniously. I mean, some delegates, not people. So if you can withdraw that automatically, but indicate that now the PEC is officially dissolved. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Was that the only hand? The request is that we must be clear. And as we are marching into the elections, the PEC is dissolved. So we are having a vacuum. And I hope we'll quickly fill the vacuum. So I'm going to hand over to the IEC that will run with the election process itself. Thank you very much. Before I hand over to the IEC, because they had expected us to facilitate this part, my sincere apologies. The voting delegates are predetermined, and we would want to ensure that for purposes of assisting the IEC, particularly from counting, because voting is by show of hands, we are going to ask that if we don't mind, we use the front part from here onwards to give the 18 voting delegates an opportunity to come to the front, take their seats so that we only take votes from it's easier to manage from the voting delegates. If you don't mind, we will ask if we could clear this part here. It's 18. So 1, 2, 3. If you don't mind, Executive Mayor. So as they move, can we also then ask the IC to come forward and take over the elections? Thank you very much.
can use this mic. Can be on.
No, it's fine. Have you already, gone through the procedure? Thank you. Thank you very much. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kim Cresfelder. I'm from the Independent Electoral Commission of South Africa. We're based in the Northwest Province. We're going to be conducting your elections today. I'm going to just clarify to you the various elections that we will be conducting. The first one will be for your provincial chairperson. There's one position there. The second will be for the deputy chairperson positions. There are 3 positions there. The next one will be for your additional members. There are 6 positions there. After that, we will do your NEC members. There are 2 positions there. Then it's NCOP members. There are 2 positions there. Then it's your legislature representatives. There are 3 positions there. And then it's the chairperson of your Provincial Women's Commission. There's 1 position there. So in terms of the election procedure, your constitution has said that your elections are through show of hands. So we do have a nomination process we would like to go through with you. For each nomination we receive, there must be 2 additional people that will also support that nomination. So if one person nominates person A, there must be an additional 2 people that are also supporting that person A. We have those forms. You'll fill out the form. You'll say, I am going to nominate this person for position of chairperson. You will then, on that same form, is the acceptance of nomination. So the person you are nominating must accept that they are going to accept that nomination. Once that is completed and you've got your supporting signatures on that nomination form, we will gather those nomination forms and we will read out the nominees. Then we will conduct the election. All right, so each position, we're going to do the elections. It's also important to note that if there is only a single nominee for a single position, then it's an uncontested election. If there are 6 positions and there are 6 people for those 6 positions, it's an uncontested election. It's only if there's an additional over the number of seats that it will go into a contested situation that we have an election. I'm going to start with the position of the chairperson. We're going to start at the very top. I'm going to ask anyone who would like to submit a nomination, please raise your hands so that we can start distributing the nomination forms. This is for position of provincial chairperson. Hands up for nominees. The nomination forms are in there.
Do I say it or you want me to write it?
I would prefer for you to write it, please.
I don't say it loud.
We will announce once we've received all the nominations, we will announce who the nominations are. Then we will do the show of hands for the election.
So I don't have to say anything now.
Just write it out, get the acceptance of nomination and the 2 supporting signatures for that nomination as well. There's another gentleman there. Okay, so we've handed out 2 nomination forms. Oh, okay, only 1. Remember, it can only be the 18 people that are on the voters' roll that are entitled to vote in good standing. They are the ones that must nominate. They are the ones that must be nominated. They are the ones that must accept, please. That's right. So the two seconders will share the same form. I just want to quickly. Yes, we only need 2 supporting signatures over and above yours, so it's 3 in total. All right. All right. I'm now going to be closing the nominations. Is there no other nominations coming forward? Okay, time's up. So the nomination for provincial chair that I've received is that it is for Khumalo Molefe. So Khumalo Molefe, this position is uncontested, therefore you are going to be the provincial chairperson. Congratulations. Yes. He's still going to vote, I'm sure, now with the elections. But yes, he can come to the front. I think there's seats here for those who are appointed. All right. Congratulations, sir. There's a whole lot of chairs that are available. All right. We're going to move now on to the deputy chairperson position. There are 3 positions here. We're going to do each position separately. The reason for this is that you have a constitutional mandate or constitutional requirement that you have to have a person from each level of municipality represented in your deputy chairpersons. So in other provinces where they have metro municipalities, it would be a metro municipality, a district municipality, and a local municipality that must be represented. However, in the Northwest, we don't have metropolitan municipalities. Therefore, the positions will be filled through district and local. So in order to ensure that we do get a district person and a local person, we're going to do separate elections. So I would like to first request for local council nominations. So that is a person from local council that will be represented as a deputy chairperson. The next election will be for someone who represents a district council. And then the last one, it can be either local or district. But we have to ensure that we have 1 local, 1 district represented. So we're starting the first round of nominations for the first position is for local. So can I please get nominations for a deputy chairperson representative local? Anybody else? Hands up. Yes, sir. Do you also want a nomination form? Sure, sir, that's fine. We will allow it. Form or something. I think it's better. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm closing now for nominations for a local council representative for deputy chairperson nominations. Is there no further nominations? All right, then this position is also going uncontested, and the person that has been nominated is Stella Lebogang Mondlane. Congratulations. All right. All right, we're going to move on to the next position. You said you wanted a 2-minute to caucus. Your time starts now. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, can I urge you to complete your discussion, your caucus, please? right, thank you. We're going to now open up the floor then for nominations for your district representative that must be nominated for deputy chairperson. Can I get a hands up for nominations? Guys, can you give a form here? Oh, there we go. I've given one form. Is there any other hands to raise? All right. Okay. All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I've received one nomination form back. I'm closing nominations. There's no further nominations coming forward. Then that means that the second deputy chairperson position for a district person is now then going to Magdalene Nonzaba. Congratulations, ma'am. All right, then we're going on to the third and final deputy chairperson position. We can accept a nomination from local or district level for this position. Can I ask anyone who would like to nominate? There's one there. Anyone else who'd like a form? All right. Is there not? All right, ladies and gentlemen, I've received the third nomination form for the third deputy chairperson position. Any other nominations forthcoming? All right. Therefore, the third provincial deputy chairperson is going to be Tsireletso Ramobutse. Congratulations. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're moving on to the next position. There's in fact 6 positions here for additional members. What we're going to do, if you are going to nominate 6 people, you can take 6 forms and do those nominations. If there's additional members over that, then it will come to a vote. So if it's uncontested with 6 nominations only, it will be uncontested. If we get more, we can then carry on with a vote. Ma'am? Perfect. Thank you, ma'am. So I'm receiving 6 nominations here. Is there any further nominations that anyone else would like to nominate? All right, thank you. right, ladies and gentlemen, I have received 6 nominations for the 6 additional positions. Are there any further nominations that anyone would like to make? All right, this also goes uncontested there. I have here the names of the 6 people. The first person is Nomathemba Mvula, Mvala. This person is unfortunately not with us today, but has accepted nomination via text message. We will have that information shortly. The second person is Tumisang Kharwelwe. That is position number 2. Position number 3 is Meso Dasi. Congratulations. Position number 4 is Gugu Mchali. Congratulations. The next person is Frida Mapela. Congratulations. And the last person is Douglas Maimani. Congratulations. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is the 6 additional members. We're going to move on to the next positions available. What is that for legislature? Keep that separately. There was also some here for something else. Just keep them as we need them. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to follow with the next election. That is for the 2 NEC members. Please also recall that in terms of your constitutional requirements, this person has to, if there's the chairperson is from the district, which it is in this case, then we must start with a local person, and then the second position can be local or district, but we have to have a person from local to start. So if I could please get nominations, NEC position. All right. Thank you. I've received 2 nominations for the NEC position. Are there any further nominations anyone would like to make? No further nominations? Then this election too is uncontested. The 2 candidates that will then be the NEC deployees is Sebang Motlabi is the first person. And the second person is Nikiwe Num. Thank you. I just need to confirm one of these candidates that has been appointed is from the local level. Can I get that confirmation? Thank you. Can I give you that one? All right, the next positions we're going to do is for the 2 NCOP members. Can I get the nominations for that? All right. All right, I've received 3 nominations for the NCOP, so that means it's going to go to a vote. Why does it say 2? Can I just get a confirmation? Are there 3? Yes. Your document says 2. All right. Sorry, that was a mistake then with the information we received. So there are, in fact, 3 positions for the NCOP, and we have received 3 nominations. Can I ask, are there any further nominations that anyone would like to make? All right. What am I looking at here? That's blank. Yeah. All right. So the first person for NCOP is Sheila Mabali Huma. Congratulations. The second person is Tipiso Mpeshlo. And the third person is Khaba Kach. Is it Khile? Ah, thank you, ma'am. All right, so congratulations. NEC, NCOP. All right, then we move on to the next position. We have the 3 legislature representatives. Thank you. All right. Is this Sabang Matlavi? Who is this? Dr. Batsi. This is his acceptance here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I have received 3 nominations for the legislative representatives. Are there any further nominations to come? All right, so this also goes uncontested. I am then happy to announce that your Northwest Provincial Legislature Delegate number 1 is Dr. Batsi. Congratulations. Oh, sorry, he's not here, but we do have his acceptance. Thank you. The second person is Sarah Nkatlo. Congratulations. And the final person is Koketso Mokhomotsi. Congratulations. And then the final position is the chairperson of your Provincial Women's Commission. I have received 1 nomination form. Are there any further nomination forms that anyone would like to submit? All right. So your delegate for the chairperson of Provincial Women's Commission is going to be Chachongwe Mate. Sorry. Congratulations, ma'am. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, that then concludes the elections. Congratulations to all those delegates that have been appointed. Thank you.
Thank you, PEC members. Can we quickly ask you to there's an arrangement here, so that there is a photo session and then we can quickly conclude. Can I ask the chair, deputy chairs, and 2 NEC to sit in front, and then the rest we can fit them. Just quickly, so that we reface this one. Or just go with the length, whatever will make the photography easy. Just quick. And then from here, we'll go to the other part of the program, which is the outgoing PEC acknowledgement, and then media briefing. Conference delegates, we're just finishing with the photo session. Thereafter, the magistrate is walking in to swear in our PEC members. And when that is done, we are going to conclude the last 3 items on the agenda. So the magistrate. Well, the magistrate says in. What's the use of chairperson addressing Conference delegates, there is a proposal that we've been sitting here in the morning and we are done with the election process. We just need to look at the conference declaration. Knox, are you ready to show that on the screen? And then we adopt the conference declaration, and then the chairperson can address us, and then we look at closing. But whilst that is happening, we also have the swearing in. So we are going to try and run these processes parallel as quick as possible so that we don't delay you any further. We are just afraid if you open catering and eating that it may cause chaos. So let us just hang in a little bit longer, just 10 minutes and finish the process. Whilst they are filling in the form for the affirmations and taking of oath, maybe the chairperson can address us or we can go with the declaration, either or, so that the processes run parallel. Do we agree? Thank you. Can we show the declaration? No, just give them to him.
All right, but this was gonna be good.
Yeah, but
Nationally speaking, all right.
My shift was not working, others did not hear.
Councillors, can we then go through the declaration whilst councillors are filling? Can we ask for the judge to ascend the stage and be seated next to the chair?
Can we make space for the judge to be seated next to the chair? Ke kopa di-PC member behavior. There's a lot of discussions happening behind me. Can we please be quiet, councillors? Councillor Sarang Patlo, Councillor Sheila, what is the discussion? Can we be quiet and go through the declaration? Let's just, no need for discussions, please.
Yes, Honorable Speaker.
We, the representatives of municipalities gathered on the occasion of our 2022 Provincial Conference held on the 20th until the 21st of January 2022 at the Mabatu Convention Center, reaffirm our commitment to realizing our developmental local government mandate as set out in the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa and commit to the objectives of the National Development Plan, Vision 2030 Sustainable Development Goals, and African Union Agenda 2063. We commit ourselves to the objectives and principles of the district development model. We adopt this declaration in the firm belief that it advances the objectives of the developmental local government and paves the way towards improved and accelerated service delivery. We recognize the challenges posed by the volatile economic climate and reduced revenue streams on municipalities as a result of COVID-19, the escalating poverty levels, inequality, and unemployment facing South Africa, particularly among the youth in our province. The unprecedented low voter turnout during the 2021 local government elections, civic and political apathy may take center stage if municipal leadership is not committed to deliver basic, quality, sustainable services to our communities. We recognize the increase in the number of coalition governments, the high turnover of councillors post the 2021 local government elections. We acknowledge attempts across government to improve cooperative governance through various interventions, including the DDM model. We note the undertaking by the Premier of the Northwest to work in collaboration with SALGA and municipalities to collectively address service delivery challenges and job creation. We note Section 139 as an indictment on provincial government and its ability to an ongoing basis to monitor municipalities and proactively provide support to address municipal challenges. The need to enhance participation of traditional leadership and communities in planning and monitoring of municipal performance. We note the likelihood of regression in relation to COVID-19 statistics, currently 4,466 deaths and 6,016 active cases. Undermine the expenditure by municipalities of allocated grant funding for infrastructure development and maintenance is also noted. We note the inadequate funding model for local government and continued challenges with regards to debt owed to municipalities. We further note the draft strategic framework and proposed constitutional amendments, ethical leadership and adequately qualified administration as a game changer for municipalities. We note the deliberations on the courses and recommendations emanating from the commissions on the following thematic areas. Commission 1, changing the face of integrated planning through the intergovernmental relations and the district development model. Commission 2, prioritization of municipal finance management and performance management in pursuit of service delivery. Commission 3, twin management, the prospective economic reset and innovative COVID-19 management scope. Commission 4, agile local government oversight and accountability, systems and the means towards realization of developmental local government in the 5th term. This we commit to lead our municipalities with integrity and pride, to adhere to ethical conduct and to uphold professional norms and standards in local government, to fight against corruption and exercise consequence management where wrongdoing is identified, to redouble our efforts in delivering services to the communities, to lead our municipalities to produce credible integrated development plans. The conference therefore resolves to support and partner with the provincial government as led by the Premier to tackle service delivery challenges and job creation to improve the current state of affairs in the province, to implement the objectives and principles of the district development model within functional IGR structures in the province, to participate in the process of improving COVID-19 vaccination levels among our communities, to improve expenditure of allocated grant funding for infrastructure development and maintenance, to support municipalities to improve public participation processes and public confidence in local government, to advocate for the review of the local government funding model, to appoint appropriately qualified and ethical administrative leadership to run municipalities, to adopt and implement the recommendations emanating from the commissions, and to approve the Northwest Organizational Report for the year 2016 and until 2021. The conference also resolves to address and ensure that the 5th administration achieves the issues identified in the draft strategic framework as outlined below: improved political leadership capacity and administrative management, effective utilization of financial resources, ability to collect revenue and sufficient fiscal allocation, effective and integrated local government delivery mechanisms, systems and processes to enable service delivery, to improve infrastructure for service provisions to local government. I thank you. Okay, I guess we've taken over. The new PEC is here. I'll program direct the rest of the session. The next process to follow is for the PEC to take oath led by the judge. I do believe that administratively the work is done. Your indication PDO, that administratively all is done, and we can then begin with the process of taking oath. Okay. Councillors, let's then invite the newly elected provincial chair of SALGA. We are going to take his address and the oath will then follow. Can we welcome the new chair with a warm hand of applause? The round of applause is requested that it be warm. This one is cold. Can we welcome the chair with a warm round of applause?
Yeah, of course, of course. Is this thing dead? Can this thing work? So this mic is not working. Yeah, if you can help us with the mic so that we are carrying that one.
is the service provider paid? Is the service provider paid? Is it fine? Dumelang bagaetsho. Dumelang puso selegae. Ke a dumedisa puso selegae e seong. The program director, the newly elected deputy chairperson, the leadership of SALGA, national, the newly elected PEC, congratulations. Congratulations to the newly elected PEC of SALGA Northwest. The MEC for Cooperative Governance, Human Settlements and Traditional Affairs, Menomta Malena Micha. The leadership and membership of the traditional leaders, the Independent Electoral Commission, business, executive mayors, speakers and whips, fellow councillors in their absence, traditional leaders, ladies and gentlemen, fellow South Africans, in order for us to transform the lives of our people, we've got to have a desire, a commitment, discipline. Otherwise, with the picture that we have painted here today, it may take us a little longer to transform the lives of our people, because this picture reflects who we are, that we would convene a meeting and desert that meeting even before that meeting resolves on that which we have spent time discussing. When I welcomed delegates here on the first day of conference, and I didn't know then that I would be elected the provincial chair of SALGA Northwest, I borrowed from Karl Marx, an internationalist, a philosopher, a revolutionary and a martyr in his own right. And I wish to remind conference what we borrowed from Karl Marx. And I quote, "If we have chosen the position in life which we can most of all work for mankind, no burdens can bow us down, because they are sacrifices for the benefit of all. Then we shall experience no petty, limited, selfish joy, but our happiness will belong to millions. Our deeds will live on quietly but perpetually at work, and over our ashes will be shed the hot tears of noble people." And these are the words that we borrowed from Karl Marx when we opened conference. Today, as we close conference again, we borrow from the founding father, the former president of the African National Congress, Chief Albert Luthuli, in his book titled, "Let My People Go," and we quote, "Where are we, Africans? We seem to be nowhere. Behold, people of Africa, what a burden we bear. How far shall we go?" Close quote. We borrow these words of President Luthuli because we want to create a path of hope, because hope is good. SALGA must create hope in our communities and not apathy. The mission of local government has been, in the words of our Constitution, and I quote, to improve the quality of life of all citizens and free the potential of each person, close quote. We have met as SALGA Northwest in the past 48 hours amidst the devastating crisis brought about by the global coronavirus pandemic. This crisis has had a devastating impact on human health, on our economy, on our livelihoods, on businesses, and indeed on service delivery. COVID-19 has been a setback for all spheres of governance, and the great task before us is not only to regain lost momentum, but to rebuild with added urgency. Local government is the nerve center of service delivery, of socio-economic development, and of driving our efforts to build a truly democratic, integrated, prosperous, non-sexist, and non-racial society. As SALGA Northwest, we are at the forefront of transforming local government to make it fit for purpose and to serve our people and meet their needs. Ours is a constitutionally derived mandate to bring development and opportunities to the people of the Northwest. The provision of services has for the past 2 decades lifted millions of people out of abject and crushing poverty and enabled them to enjoy an improving quality of life. But local government also faces a number of very serious challenges. A measure of the extent of these challenges are the poor municipal audit outcomes. The latest report from the Auditor General points to serious lapses of governance and financial management in our municipalities. Furthermore, these outcomes appear to be worsening each year. Many of the challenges facing our municipalities are inherited. Amongst them are massive backlogs in basic services, deep inequality, weak revenue basis, rising demand for services, and the devolution of several new powers and functions to local government. In addition to this, we currently have a situation where many municipalities are ill-equipped to take on the responsibilities expected of them. Some municipalities have acquitted themselves reasonably or even very well, and basic services are now more widely available than before. But there are others that cannot adequately perform even their basic functions, let alone carry out their developmental role. Coupled with institutional weaknesses like corruption and nepotism, many of our municipalities are facing a crisis of credibility. We cannot allow the widespread governance failures in municipalities to continue anymore. We cannot have municipalities that are so dysfunctional that people feel they must resort to violence in order for them to be heard. We simply cannot afford local government to fail. As Chief Albert Luthuli cries out, and I quote, unquote, "Where are we Africans? Behold, people of Africa." In August 2019, the cabinet of President Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa approved the district development model. It is now the official guiding document and compass of our local government. It is now the official guiding document and compass of our local government. It addresses weaknesses in service delivery, planning, budgeting, and implementation in local government. Its primary purpose is to narrow the distance between the people and their government. It is about improving the delivery of integrated services, the alignment of resources, facilitating inclusive economic development, and establishing long-term strategic planning. At the same time, the district developmental model prioritizes building state capacity and strengthening the system of local government. Growing local economies is critical if we are to resolve problems of poverty and unemployment. The success of the district developmental model rests on greater coordination and collaboration between all spheres of government. Growing local economies is critical if we are to resolve problems of poverty and unemployment. It is a matter very, very close to my heart. We should legalize and institutionalize this important phenomenon. Let us support our local engineers, our local lawyers, artisan apprentices. As we rebuild our local economy, let us protect the interest of our local SMMEs. At the same time, we must resolve the structural weaknesses that still exist. We must step up coordination efforts to avoid resource wastage and eliminate duplication of programs. We must ensure that all government programs address community needs and contribute to developmental objectives such as poverty reduction and employment creation. SALGA Northwest has a strategic role to play in supporting its members to fulfill their developmental obligations. I call on you to be an active participant in the intergovernmental relations system, to provide common policy positions on key issues, to continue to represent local government interests, and to provide solutions to the challenges facing local government. We remain unwavering in our determination to build a society that guarantees a better life for all. Dintwa le medumo tse magareng ga rona di bakwa ke. Fellow councillors, members of the PEC, we are hardly 2 months in office. Hardly 2 months in office. Many of us have not yet undergone an induction program. Yet infighting, division, backbiting, backwardness has set in again. If you go to Moses Kotane, the caucus is paralyzed into two. If you go to Mahikeng during the night, already a petition against or for the removal of the mayor is being coordinated. If you go to Khosira Motsere, Muilwa, already a petition is going under the table during the night to remove the mayor. If you go to Ditsobotla, a petition to remove the mayor is being processed. Yet we are the same people who toiled side by side with our people doing door to door and committed ourselves and at times publicly confessed our sins and apologized. And we said we have learned from our mistakes, We will deploy better people. We even signed declarations and contracts to say, indeed, to our people we have changed. Yet within 2 months, our sins that we confessed and asked for forgiveness for have set in. But this picture confirms that we were not genuine. We may have been desperate, wanting votes from our people, but our people are not stupid. At some point, we must realize that we are public representatives. We are not representing our jackets. It's not about us anymore. Maybe at the beginning of democracy, when there was much excitement, it was probably about us and the blue lights. The time for blue lights, the time for us to shine is gone. This is the time to serve our people and to serve them well. Otherwise, our people will reject us. They will continue to reject us, and we will come up with beautiful names. We will call it apathy and. I want to appeal that all of us, when we leave here, we must take stock very quickly and reflect and ask ourselves, is this how we plan to transform local government? Is this how we plan to take water to our people? As I address you, there is a community in Kraipan devastated by the waterfalls that we received. Bridges have been taken away, washed away by water. There's a community called Letsapa, which is totally isolated from clinics, from school, from going to work, because there are no bridges. And we went to them, we addressed them. We said, we are addressing your problems. We said to them, we are going to meet and we are going to come up with permanent solutions. And then we converged here on the first day. On the second day, when we must adopt the very solutions that we have promised our people, we are not there. We've got other competing priorities. To the collective I am elected with, I am not Gabriel, I'm not a Messiah. I don't have all answers. I will be relying on your wisdom. I will be relying on your support. And I know each and every one of you. And I have confidence that this collective has the capacity to renew SALGA and take it to the next level where it belongs. We have the capacity to transform local government and go back to basics and deal with potholes. And I hear Nikki West protest. And the things that I'm saying are from my heart. But in conclusion, I want to commend the management of SALGA. I want to commend the management and staff of SALGA. We don't know you, but we see you. We see the work that you do. During difficult times, you keep the fires burning. SALGA is professionally run. There is professionalism. There's commitment in SALGA. So we are not inheriting a shell. It is encouraging. To those who will be driving back out of our district of Ngaka-Mudirimulema, thank you very much for grazing and spending money in our poor district. As you drive back, please observe the rules and the laws of the road. Let's continue on a path and respect the COVID-19 regulations of putting on a mask, social distancing, but otherwise, let's continue to be patriots and be true to our Constitution. Thank you very much to everyone who made this conference a total success it has become. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was quite an insightful speech. Can we just once more clap hands for our chair? And in the same breath, invite the third deputy chair, Councillor Tshireletso Marabutse, to come and deal with vote of thanks. Makgwafi ba gaetsho.
Stick to them.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Honorable Premier in absentia, the MEC of Cooperative Governance, Human Settlements and Traditional Affairs, mayors and councillors, IEC officials, NEC members, SALGA staff, mayors, speakers, whips and councillors, Program Director, our Chair, Councillor Molefe Khumalo, our Deputy Chairs, the newly elected PEC members in entirety. Allow me to seize the opportunity in our exhaustive day. However, I must be frank to conclude that it was a productive day. We have a task to accomplish, as our Chair and many other speakers have repeatedly indicated. Director of Proceedings, I wish to take an opportunity to express our endless gratitude to the outgoing leadership. We wish you well in your future endeavors. To our Premier in absentia, your thoughtful presentation is extremely noted and to be digested for our proper interaction. To the Northwest University, we thank you for opening the doors and we look forward to the structured partnerships to the betterment of our councillors and communities. To the sponsorships and everyone who contributed immensely to the success of our 2022 conference, we cannot thank you enough. Ladies and gentlemen, the conference is officially closed. I thank you.
Thank you very much. We have agreed here as the PC with the leadership of our judiciary that the oath will not take place today. A special arrangement will be made for the oath to be taken. Thank you very much. Drive safely. The conference is officially closed. Thank you.